Um, so we've read through your submission, obviously, and obviously we've been onto your site yesterday. So happy for you to read through your submission or summarise the submission, and then we'll have some questions coming back from that. Over to you.
Thanks. Morena, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. As you know, we're Joe Richards and Brent Knight. We're the residents of 251 Mackenzie's Road in Waipara. We would just like to note before we start that our property was never actually identified on the original March 2024 application to council as an affected party, despite visits to our property and taking photos of the views. We wish to provide additional information in support of our original submission opposing the Far North Solar development at 380 Waipara Flat Road. Our concerns relate primarily to the visual effects and loss of rural outlook, the practicality and reliability of proposed vegetation screening, irrigation and soil limitations affecting mitigation planting, financial and economic impacts on our property, dust, noise and construction effects, and the need for enforceable conditions and accountability. We have owned and operated our vineyard in Mackenzie's Road, Waipara, for over 20 years. It has been our family home for the last 13. Our evidence today is informed by more than just expert reports. It is rooted in over a decade of living, breathing, and working with this specific environment. Like many in our community, we made the decision to live in Waipara for its quiet rural character, the vast open landscapes, the iconic uninterrupted views towards Mount Grey, Mount Cass, and the Deans. Our home was built to make the most of the rural outlook, and the views are integral to the home that we have created for our three sons. This home is the only world our three sons have ever known. Their childhood is etched into this land, and their early days were spent shadowing their father on the tractor, staying up late to see the harvester, catching rabbits, and countless hours spent exploring and swimming in the Wicker Creek. The unobstructed 360 views from every window is a constant reminder of why we intentionally chose to build at the back of our vineyard and live here. Very few people today can sleep without the curtains drawn and wake up to nothing but natural light and open space. Whether it's the Wicker train passing on a Sunday, the neighbouring farmer calling to his dogs, or the changing colours of the seasons across the hills and vineyards, these views are not amenities to us. They are the backdrop of a carefree childhood. To impede these views is to fundamentally alter the character of the home we have spent years building. We want to be clear, we are not opposed to renewable energy or solar generation. However, we strongly oppose the placement of approximately 250,000 solar panels only 230 metres from our home. Such a scale would irreversibly transform a cherished rural landscape that both ourselves and our neighbours love into a more industrial one. Point 1, the visual effects and loss of rural outlook. We consider the proposed activity will have significant adverse effects on the visual amenity and rural character of the Waipara area. The landscape architect, Mr. Cocker himself, states that the proposed solar farm is unique in the area and that there is no possibility of compatibility with existing development. Despite this, comparisons are made between the solar farm and surrounding vineyards due to line, height, and pattern. We strongly dispute this comparison. Having owned and operated a vineyard for 22 years, we can say with confidence that vineyards are physically and visually very different from solar infrastructure. Pasture grows between the rows, and some of the landscape is dominated by lush green canopies and grass. In autumn, vineyards display seasonal colour variation of oranges, reds, and yellows, and in winter, the vines are reduced to bare trunks. In contrast, the proposed solar farm consists of large industrial-style black panels, approximately 2.4 metres long by 1.1 metres wide. The visual character and scale are fundamentally different. Regardless of whether the development is described as an industrial activity or a utility facility, as debated within the evidence, the practical reality for us and our neighbours is the same. Our rural outlook will be replaced by large areas of dark solar infrastructure, despite how people choose to classify it. Mr. Cocker also acknowledges our property in attachment 2, Table of Assessed Effects, stating that occupants of the dwelling of this property will recognise a marked change in the landscape character in the mid-ground view. It further states that within the short term of 0 to 5 years, the proposed panels will be visible as a series of dark islands. This statement supports our concerns directly. In addition, our property is elevated above 380 Waipara Flat Road, giving us a direct outlook over the site. We have serious concerns that the proposed planting will not adequately screen the solar farm from our property, as we will be looking down onto the development. Ms. Anand supports this concern in her peer review, noting that our elevated position creates an amphitheatre effect, which makes the solar farm significantly more prominent than suggested by the applicant. The Hiranui District Council, the Waipara Wine Industry and the Waipara Greening Project have all worked extensively to promote and protect the rural character and identity of this area. On promotional material outside the council grounds, it states North Canterbury is the coolest little wine region in New Zealand. We believe the solar farm proposal undermines those values. Point 2, proposed vegetation, screening and irrigation. A major concern for us is that the proposed mitigation planting relies on assumptions that may not be realistic or achievable in the Waipara conditions. The Far North Solar Landscape Assessment states that views will be substantially curtailed within 3 years and fully screened within 5 years. However, in attachment 2 of the landscape assessment states that our property will experience high effects during construction, high effects in the short term of 0 to 5 years, yet low effects only in the medium to long term, 5 to 10 years. These conclusions are inconsistent with claims of full screening within 5 years. Local growing conditions. Based on our experience living in Waipara for more than 20 years, we believe the proposed screening growth rates are overly optimistic. Waipara experiences hot, dry, nor'west summers, strong winds, low rainfall, dry, stony soils with poor moisture retention. We personally have struggled to establish native planting and fast-growing hedging on our own property, despite active management and irrigation. The landscape plan refers to 290 Glenmark Drive as an example of a successful native establishment in Waipara. We dispute the validity of this comparison. We spoke with the owner, Matt Fawn, directly for clarification, and he advised that the planting received regular irrigation and maintenance. The site benefits from shelter provided by mature trees. The soils are significantly heavier and more fertile than those at 380 Waipara Flat Road. These conditions differ substantially from the dry, exposed, stony soils at the application site. Point 3, soil limitations and viability of screening. The soil report prepared by Ian Honmore reinforces our concerns. Mr. Honmore states, the degree of stoniness in the soil profile at the site results in severe limitation to arable use due to the lack of water holding capacity, lack of soil matrix to support plant growth. He also notes that apart from the southern end of the upper terrace, the rest of the site has very stony soils that are not suited to cropping. Lower terrace soils become more coarse with increased sandy texture and increased stoniness. These findings support our concerns regarding the long-term viability and success of mitigation planting intended to screen the solar farm. If the soils themselves are identified as having poor water holding capacity and limited support for plant growth, we question how reliable the proposed screening outcomes can realistically be. Point 4, irrigation and water supply. The proposed mitigation planting relies heavily on irrigation, yet until as recently as Monday, the 11th of May, insufficient detail had been provided regarding water source, allocation, irrigation frequency, and long-term reliability of supply. The property has historically been identified as dry land farming country. Mr. Honmore's report also states that with average annual rainfall of approximately 655 millimetres, water resources in the area are under significant pressure due to irrigation demand, with both above and below groundwater resources having been over-allocated. In addition, proposed condition number 71 states that solar panels are to be cleaned using water only, yet no information has been provided regarding the source, the frequency, or the volume of water required for this activity. Without reliable long-term irrigation, we question whether the proposed screening can achieve the stated mitigation outcomes within the proposed timeframe. Point 5, timing and adequacy of planting. According to the project timeline, planting will commence approximately 8 months after the boundary fencing is installed. We question why planting is not proposed prior to, or at least simultaneously with, construction works, if screening is such a critical mitigation measure. We respectfully request that any consent conditions require early establishment of screening planting, detailed planting specifications, clear performance standards, and ongoing monitoring and replacement requirements. We also raise concerns regarding proposed condition number 27, which allows the Landscape and Vegetation Management Plan to be submitted only 30 working days before landscape works commence. As directly affected landowners, we believe highly affected parties should have the opportunity to review this information before finalisation. Critical details currently absent include tree and shrub numbers, plant grades and heights, plant spacing, exact planting locations, terrace screening details, mounding dimensions and heights. Because our property is elevated above the site, we require effective screening across all terrace levels, not only along the selected boundaries. Point 6, financial and economic impacts. The proposed development will have material financial impacts on our property. We acknowledge that the financial effects were discussed in the Greytown High Court decision. However, we believe directly affected property owners still have the right to raise these concerns on an individual basis. The applicant's own evidence identifies our property as being highly affected visually during construction and within the first 0 to 5 years, which is also supported by the peer review. This is particularly significant because views and outlook are the key attributes of rural lifestyle properties. Visual amenities strongly influence property values and marketability. Construction activity and visible solar infrastructure may negatively affect purchaser perception. If we were required to sell our property within this period, the visual effects would directly impact the presentation and desirability of our property. Importantly, the proposed screening itself carries no guarantees. Mr. Cocker states that only over time the proposed solar farm will be substantially screened from view. The wording itself demonstrates uncertainty. Point 7, dust, wind and noise effects. Waipara Flat Road is identified in the Hiranuri District Council mapping as being within the Lee zone, an area subject to elevated wind speeds due to local topography. Residents of Waipara are well aware of how severe and extreme these wind conditions can be. We have serious concerns about excessive dust generation during the estimated 24-month construction period. We are also concerned about the construction noise. Approximately 68,000 steel posts are proposed to be driven 2 metres into extremely stony ground between 7:30 a.m. and 6 p.m. Monday to Friday. For residents who work from home or operate home-based businesses, the prolonged noise generated by these works is likely to have a significant and detrimental effect on well-being and productivity and our daily life. We seek clarity regarding the expected noise levels, monitoring requirements, compliance mechanisms, and response procedures if limits are exceeded. Long-term accountability and decommissioning, which is point 8, sorry. We also seek clarification regarding long-term accountability once the solar farm reaches the end of its operational life. The proposal references a 35-year timeframe. However, we ask, what enforceable obligations will exist for decommissioning or fire risk? What financial assurance mechanisms will ensure removal occurs? And what protections exist for neighbouring landowners if ownership changes over time? In summary, our concerns remain substantial. The applicant's assessments rely heavily on assumptions regarding vegetation growth rates, irrigation reliability, visual mitigation success, and long-term maintenance outcomes. Based on our lived experience in Waipara for over 2 decades, we believe these assumptions may not reflect the practical realities of this environment. The applicant's own evidence confirms that our property will experience high visual effects during construction and within the first 5 years, including views of visible dark panel islands across the landscape. We respectfully request that the hearing commissioners give significant weight to the concerns raised by directly affected landowners. At a minimum, if consent is granted, robust and enforceable conditions must be imposed to ensure accountability if mitigation measures fail. We continue to remain particularly concerned about visibility and loss of rural outlook, reliability of vegetation screening, irrigation and water availability, soil limitations affecting plant establishment, financial impacts on our property, dust and construction noise, hours of operation and construction activity, and the long-term management and decommissioning obligations. If the assumptions underpinning the applicant's assessments prove incorrect, affected residents must have clear avenues for review, enforcement, and redress. Thank you for considering our submission.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, just see what questions you've got. Can I just start? You referred to your experience with growing natives. Sorry, what about exotics? Have you got exotics planted that you've grown?
No, we haven't got a lot of exotics on our property.
Okay.
A few poplars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's been the experience with that?
They've had a lot of water, and we've got them probably been in 15 years.
Yeah.
So they've really started to go after.
And what sort of height have you got to in that 15 years?
They'd be 5 or 6 meters tall.
In 15 years?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. And where were they?
They were down the bank
On the lower terrace.
when we purchased the property. When you come up the driveways,
Yeah.
the ones on the right hand side, they're about 35 years old. They were.
Yeah.
They've been established by Mr. McCaskey, who was talking later.
But the ones in the bottom will be,
It separates property from the neighbour's property down the bottom, on our bottom terrace where we've got our vineyard.
yeah. And obviously different soil type down there.
It's a lot bonier and dry down the bottom because we've got it's like the river, it's not the riverbed, but it's next to the creek.
Yeah, it's pretty bony.
And just while we're on that subject, and so obviously your grapes are exotic as well. What sort of water rates do you put on the grapes to get them growing?
The bottom terrace yesterday, we were seeing the vines were 7 years old. So for the first 3 years, they were getting 2 litres twice a day.
2 litres twice a day. Yeah.
So when they go on the ground, they're quite small.
Yeah.
Tiny little root mass, and they were just, because of the soil type, they were just drying out.
Right. Okay. And obviously that's needed for growth. Is that to also get them to fruit?
Okay, so that was to get them established. So now those plants down the bottom get 4 litres a day.
4 litres a day.
Over a 3-month period.
Right.
To get them to fruit.
Okay.
So what was the establishment period versus the litres a day period?
To get those young vines established was 3 years.
3 years. Okay. And the 4 litres is twice a day.
To get them established, it was
2 litres.
2 litres
a day to get them established. 4 litres.
To crop.
Yeah, to crop, and that's still twice a day then?
No,
just once a day.
so as they get more established, as the roots are more established.
Okay.
I might add, with that bottom terrace, we were advised to use mulch to increase the water holding capacity. And so that bottom block has had for the last 3 years has had mulch applied to the soil, which is slowly increasing the water holding capacity in that soil.
Anything else on that?
No.
Okay.
But actually, just while you've got some other questions, I wonder, could you grab the visualisation 251 for the submitters?
251.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You for me to carry on?
Yep,
Yeah,
carry on,
okay.
yep.
So when we visited your site yesterday and we noted you looked down on at least two terraces below you. And we noted that the upper terrace seemed to be sort of around a similar level to your property. Would your opinions on the issues of visibility be different if the solar farm was only located on that upper terrace?
I think if they could establish the screening, and what we probably realistically could be, we could screen out those panels on that upper terrace. From your visit, it was pretty clear that looking down, it was going to be very difficult to completely screen out those lower terraces.
And do you know how far it is from your place to that upper terrace? I'll probably find it, figure it out on Google Earth.
Yeah, from us to the boundary fence, where the first, right on that bottom terrace, that's 230 metres
So
from our home.
that would be 200, whatever that is, plus that upper terrace.
500 metres.
So 500 metres.
It's here, 251.
Another one, you see it, it's a hinge, yeah.
Yeah, wait, if you got me.
Yep. Could you just confirm who from the applicant's team has actually visited your property?
Mr. Andrews has,
Mr. Andrews?
and I think, did you bring someone else with you one time?
We have had, we've had one meeting. You visited our property, but I was never there.
Right.
So he spoke directly with Brent. And we had, in August 2024, we had a meeting where they contacted affected parties, and everyone went to the Waipara pool and had a meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah, which
Then-
we raised our concerns, yeah.
Okay. And then obviously somebody's come to take that photograph,
That was taken prior to the meeting, though.
right?
That was taken prior to the meeting. Someone
Yeah,
came
we
out, didn't they?
We went home when this.
Yeah, we went there.
No. So you don't know who took that image? No.
No.
Okay. I am keen to just understand this image. We had some conversation with the applicant, seems like days ago it was, just regarding, I guess the accuracy of that and how it displays the view. And that was partly why we wanted to visit the property. I wonder if you could have a look at the image and describe for me how you see, if we look at the existing image to begin with, how would you say that reflects your property or not?
I think from our property, we just enjoy the wide open spaces and the changing scenes is what we get out of that, the changing seasons.
Yeah.
What we get, probably that 180 degrees from our property is that's our view.
Yeah.
And because of these seasons and harsh seasons in Waipara, it dries out very quickly and changes. And then once the rains start in autumn, it greens up. So that's probably a big part of our daily lives, looking across 280 flat road.
But do you think that image realistically captures the experience that you have?
No,
What's the limitations on it? What would you say?
I don't think any photo can actually capture the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it can catch emotions sometimes, not even emotions, really. I think that once you're standing there, you can take it in, you hear the sounds.
Yeah.
You hear the birds, we've got piwaka waka flying around. You can hear the cars on State Highway 7. We can hear the farmer across, and like he is 500 metres or whatever it is away, but we can still hear him yelling at his dogs.
Yeah.
I think the other point here is that when you're there used to, you can't actually see the terraces here. It's quite difficult to see the different terraces.
And I don't think it reflects how elevated we are. And also what you hear when you're there is also the quiet.
Mm-hmm.
And a photo can't reflect that.
Yeah. So that point about the terraces, I think I can see what you're meaning. It looks a bit flat there.
Yeah.
It does look flat. It doesn't even look like these three terraces, distinct ones. You can't even really, apart from the trees, you wouldn't even know that that's the Weka Creek down there either. Because then that drops down from our bottom vineyard.
Yeah. Okay, and then if we look at the planting that's proposed, would you say, so there's two images that are provided, one has planting at age 5.
That's a fine.
And another one that has planting at at age 10. I mean, based on your experience of planting this area and having particular look at that exotic hedge,
Sorry, we're just trying to get the bigger picture.
Oh, yeah.
You never can see more.
What was the question, sorry?
just having a look at that, at the representation of that hedge at 5 years, do you think that's a realistically achievable in 5 years, the density that's being shown in the height?
On that particular soil,
That's 10 years.
those particular soils there, that would be very impressive if someone could do that.
Right.
With our experience battling away with water and mulch, we're really struggling to get anything established on our property.
Yeah.
The hedging that you can see in this picture, which is, you know, domestic, well, you know, I'm not a landscaper or an horticulturalist, but this hedging, this griselinia, that has taken us 12 years to get to like that.
Right.
And we irrigate.
Yeah.
So that just shows, and our soils on our top terrace where our home is very different to over there as well.
Okay, that's been really helpful. Thank you. You touched on this in your talk, and we have had quite a lot of discussion around this idea of the solar farm being an industrial, you know, not rural. Can you elaborate on what in your mind makes it industrial in Australia?
It's, to me, a solar farm is a man-made. It's large. This particular one is large scale, out of character with the area. I mean, you wouldn't currently expect to look across and see a large scale man-made object of any type. The odd barn, maybe. It's not what I'd normally expect to see in a rural environment. It's steel and plastic, whatever it's made of.
It's, you know, there's roads and there's inverters, barbed wire fences. There's going to be reflection and glare. All of that does not suggest that, to me, that's not a farm, and that's not enhancing the rural landscape either. So, and as a permanent structure, a lot of people have talked about vineyards and comparing the solar development to a vineyard, but they're not alike in any way. Yes, they all have lines, but so does cropping have lines, and so the only in a vineyard. It's not man-made. It's natural. It's growing. We have posts. If we decided to pull out a vineyard, and we've done it before, our posts can be repurposed. The wire can be recycled. It's quite, and then the land can return to what it was. I just don't really believe that the same can be said for a solar structure, which is probably why we view it as industrial. But like I said, whether you want to call it a utility facility or industrial, it's semantics, isn't it? Do we really need to define it? We're saying this is how we feel. This is what we feel that it is to us, and everyone has their own opinion, I guess.
That's exactly right. That's all I'm trying to do is understand how do you see it, and why do you see? And I think you've answered my question. That idea of the difference between a solar farm and a vineyard, I think has been a lot of discussion about that. So no, thank you.
So can I just add that in a comparison with the vineyards, we actually don't need to be screened from motorists and neighbours either. So that maybe is another consideration as well.
Yeah. There has been a lot of talk about wind and the strong northwesterly. But you're on an elevated platform, sort of looking to the west. I mean, how does the wind affect you guys?
Seriously affects us. It's
right.
Taken into consideration with a lot of things you do. Can't remember exactly when that.
It was in here, the October one. It was October 2020. I think I wrote it down. 24 to 24 was the last one.
We had a very, very large sort of wind event come through in November 24, and it was blowing over 80-year-old pine trees. Just to give you a perspective of how windy it got.
Yes.
Which that's not. I understand that's not annually, but it's regularly in Waipara.
And there was when we drove up our drive, no one could drive because power lines they went down in Amberley, and no one was supposed to be driving. There was dust and crops going everywhere down State Highway 1. When we eventually got home, the poplar trees, there's a lot that had dropped from our neighbour onto our property. So we spent the next couple of days trying to sort that out. So the damage from that was we were lucky, but a lot of people weren't.
Yeah.
So, you know, the begs the question, wouldn't you just screen your property, but provide windbreak around your property to
Well, we've got those poplars there.
Yeah.
And I guess when we bought our property, before we decided to build, there was a rather large pine hedge to the back of our property. But what's the point of moving to the country to block yourself in?
Mhm.
So in spring we do sort of have to lock ourselves indoors some evenings because there's no way you're going outside in those nor'westers.
Right.
But we choose to, you know.
Well, we've just embraced it. That's a part of living. We choose to live where we are, and that sometimes there's disadvantages. And so we've chose to embrace that. It's a part of the windows are constantly slamming and dust comes inside with the nor'west winds, and you can't water anything. So we just go with the flow. And sometimes it's good and sometimes it's not so good. It's just Mother Nature.
Yeah. And the final question for me was just in regard to the construction noise, which you talked about. I'd just be interested to understand what you would see. You mean you have a vineyard, so you understand about putting posts in the ground. What would you see the difference between putting solar farm posts in the ground versus vineyard posts?
I mean, you know, to be honest, it's probably similar. I guess it's the time frame and the amount.
Mhm.
I think the top vineyard at our place there's about 5,000 posts as compared to 68,000 posts. I mean, a vineyard of that would be about 2 to 3 weeks work,
Right.
as opposed to 2 years work.
Yeah.
It's probably the size of the project, which is we're also opposed to.
Okay.
And also, then surely there's we imagine, well, I mean, there must be some type of noise that's generated from steel posts being rammed in. Is it going to have something on it to minimise the noise when they're being rammed in? We actually don't know.
Yeah, they're being pushed in by a machine.
Yeah.
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 Doesn't have a hammer on it, but
Vibrating head, I believe.
Yeah.
vibrating head. Correct. Yeah. Okay, so it's the time that's the big concern.
It's the size of the project.
Yeah.
Maybe.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I just got one more question for you, and look, don't take this question the wrong way. But could you ever see a time when if the solar farm was there, that it just became accepted part of your vista? Did you always see that as being a negative impact?
I guess at the moment we can't.
Yeah, we don't see it as a positive because I think there's just too many unknowns, and we've not been given any guarantees, and I personally don't think that there's been enough consultation with directed parties either. I mean, affected parties.
I know that there was mention of another solar farm in the district. And our take on that is because we're not opposed to this renewable energy. That particular solar farm is about 90 hectares. It's at the back of someone's property and it has one affected party 400 metres away behind a pine hedge, which don't object to it. So it's much about the location. This one has a lot of affected parties, and that's probably why there's a lot of pushback, which probably re-emphasises the point that it's probably in the wrong place. So that's my take on that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And yeah, thanks for letting us come and visit yesterday.
Thank you.
Most helpful.
So next up, we've got Mr. Sanford.
Right.
Morning. Again, look, we've seen your submission, but happy for you to speak to it, and then we may well have some questions after that.
Righty. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you for hearing my positioning on this proposal. My name is Dave Sanford. Me and my wife shifted here about 3.5 years ago. We lived most of our time in the Auckland area. I'm a qualified graphic artist. I'm a industrial designer. I'm a interior designer and also an architect. I've done jobs like big projects like the Palm in Hobart. I've done the extensions of the Palm, the ends of those. We had a big project with that. I do work like for the ASB Bank. I transferred their little Main Street branches to inside like city malls. So we tried to do that exercise. I've done work over in Europe and so on for Comvita honey, Asia in Europe, Aussie in here. I've actually been a judge for design awards. What else have I done? Just a whole lot of things. I've been very fortunate. I've done a whole lot of hospitality, vineyard work, like things like a Cable Bay, bars, restaurants, visitor centres. One job that I did do.
Could you just pull the microphone closer?
Yep, bring it up to there. How about that? Hello. Okay, how's that? So yeah, I did one job which I found very fascinating, and it was on Highway 1, just south of Blenheim, and it was for the Braincott estate. And the guy there, he had set it up way back in the 50s, and he was a very slow man, but very, very thorough, very just beautiful etiquette. And he sat down with me, and he spoke for about an hour without saying anything really, just talking about things. And then he began to talk about the job. He says, David, what I want you to do is I want you to introduce wine values. And at the time, I'd actually done a lot of work all over the world in Australia. I once designed the biggest nightclub in the Southern Hemisphere. And I'd actually done a lot of these things. And this job really grabbed my heart. This guy sat down, he says, I want wine values. He said, I don't want you to design, I want you to think about this job. And he had me in his car and he showed me all the history. Harry said he used to stand on a hill with a rifle sight, and he'd have all of his immigrant mates plant them right in an exact line, and he'd have his sight and he'd be saying, right, this way, this way. And just the whole, it was almost like a romance when he spoke to me. And ever since then, that's just burnt into me. I wish to just show you just how, yeah, like I'm very proud of this job. Yeah, I'll hand it over, excuse me. I don't know if you guys can see it as well, but it's very simple. But the thing that really got me, like this job, I'll show you guys, there you go. But it actually took me about 2 years. And the wonderful thing is, at the end of that job, it was all set up and so on, we had the neighbours ask to see us. Like we had about 5 or 6 in the team. And they said, and we thought, oh, what's going to happen here? And they sat down with us. We all had glasses of wine and a wee cheese platter. And they said, we wish to thank you. They said, we drive past this every day. We open up our kitchen windows and look out on this every day. And they said, it's just beautiful. And we thank you. Thank you very, very much for what you've done. It's an asset. We could have easily built a box and, put colour steel on it and just turned it into like an industrial mess. And they thanked us, like really from the bottom of their hearts. In fact, they some of them were there, and then some afterwards even posted us thank you notes, actually handwritten notes. And you don't get that in many jobs, very, very few. So I just want to say this area has been set up that way, and it's been the plan. We've had planners actually planning this. They didn't plan solar farms. Solar farms are good, and they belong in certain areas. And how I see it, they're like a factory. They're a sawtooth gigafactory roof. That's all they are. They've got no life to them. They're actually dead. And they belong in areas like beside airports, for example, and zones that have actually been set aside for that sort of thing. To even call them a farm isn't right. They aren't a farm. Anyway, I just thought I'd help educate you further on this topic, and I have a wee quiz. So I have to go forward and actually show. Oh, in fact, I think you could see it from there. Right. So what I've got here is you'll see it there. It's raw sugar. Right, and we have some flour. Nice, the wholemeal flour, I'd expect. I used to love these. Sultanas. I used to love sultanas as a kid. My mum had a sweet tooth. And milk, right? Milk. All right, seeing all that. And then we have a solar farm. And I want to ask you, you win a prize. I've got a chocolate fish here. Which is the odd one out? So far, there's no takers. I've got to get here. Hold on, I've just got to do this. This is how, well, you hear buzzer sound, right? And you got 3 seconds to go. Hit the go, and I had to do that. Nobody answered, so we'll take that as a note. So the second one is, I'll just get this one. How about it? How about this one? This one here is the local area, nice scenery. This is on Highway 7, which is the Trans-Alpine Pacific Highway that you guys have set up, or you and the Transport Board and all of that have actually got that going. So actually, it's actually advertised on the internet, so you get overseas, people who want to cycle it and actually tour it, and they save up their money and they fly over here and they see this wonderful scenery. So you see that one there, and they love the sheep. Lovely sheep there, lovely sheep, beautiful sheep, and whales just offshore. In fact, I saw 3 there the other day, just offshore. It's just unreal, eh? We're spoiled here. Spoiled, and we have a seals lying on the road, sun bathing, and they're loving that. And then they might see this, just a solar farm. So I'm just going to ask you, what's the odd thing out? I won't do the old buzz it when you win a chocolate and you guys don't want the chocolate sweet enough, fair enough. So anyway, that's that. What I thought I'd do now, that didn't really work out. I thought someone at least would have actually had a go at trying to win the prize. I just want to say just one other thing. Up above Auckland, there's a place called Gulf Harbour, and they really developed that right from the word go. They said we Oasis wanted to be a beautiful little harbour, and it is in a very sheltered spot, beautifully set up. And they had a style of architecture which they thought might fit, but they all sort of took it on board and said, yeah, let's run with this. And they didn't. And they got halfway through the job and it was beautiful. It was becoming a very romantic little area. Like lots of Aucklanders would actually drive their boats up there. They'd actually go up there for a Saturday and a Sunday, have their lunch on the Riviera. It was like beautiful. And then this dreadful thing called the RMA arrived on the scene. And they said, well, you're not having that. We want our grey base. We want a monolithic forms. We don't want this fancy stuff. And they introduced this dreadful thing. And now it looks like a cancer. From above, you see this beautiful little oasis, and surrounding it is this grey mass, which just destroys the romance, everything. Just there's no, there's a word called nuance, and that's the subtlety. And once that subtlety's gone, it's stuffed. It's like having a beautiful wine and just opening up a Coke and just pouring a Coke into a wine and saying, here, try that. It's just dreadful. And anyway, I don't want this solar farm to just wreck what I enjoy. I drive through there about 3 times a week, and it's just beautiful. It's stunning. It actually builds up my spirits, and I think it built up most people's spirits. And just it feeds your soul. And I think all of us would actually agree on that. It's just a wonderful thing. I saw a guy once about 6 months ago, a year ago, at the North Canterbury quarries, and I was filling up a trailer full of shingle. And I stopped him. I said, "Oi," I said, look at your office, mate. Look at your workspace. I said, it's stunning. I said, the poplars are there, the blue, veins of the river are flowing under your feet. I said, you've got this beautifully shingly outcrop here. I said, you've got the snow on the mountains. I said, you got the arch, the Northwest Arch. I said, it's stunning. And he said, what? I said, mate, up in Auckland, someone would die for this, actually give you, millions just to be here, just to see it. He said, what? I said, look. And he couldn't even see it for what, and he was in it every day. And once it's lost, you won't ever have it again, even if it's hidden behind a hedge. I often find when you drive past like an asylum or a jail or some big factory, and it's hidden by a screen, and you hear it in the car, you'll be going chit-chat about life, rah, 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 and then as you go past, there's a lull, and you know it's there, and it actually affects you. Like if, say, for example, we didn't have the solar farm, say we had a jail there, say, and you had your screen, you had your nice, selected natives there, and you hum there, but you knew there was a jail there. As you drove past, I'd say 9 times out of 10, you'd change the subject. There'd be a silence. Like even now, you drive past the Rolliston, jail, and you know it's behind those, the pine trees, and you got the fence, and you know it's there, and you just it's hard to explain, but it's there, and as I say, I'm not anti the solar farm, but doesn't belong here. And I'm not a, what's it called? NIMBY. I'm not one of those. I believe town planners have actually set aside areas for solar farms and such like, and I don't think it belongs here. Yeah, there's lots of other available spaces for it that have been allocated for it. So I think I've just about done everything that I was going to talk about. Yeah, just to talk about, yeah, sorry, one last thing, the solar farm and a vineyard. How you were saying it's similar. I haven't ever seen a solar farm ever turn orange and shiver in the wind. I haven't seen an autumn solar farm. I haven't seen a solar farm bud and search for light and actually grow and send out its little feelers. I haven't ever seen a solar farm do that. I haven't seen, looking at a solar farm, seeing it so lush, like green and just full and just hanging off the vines. Just, you know, I haven't seen a solar farm ever do that. Yeah, I just believe this whole area is getting built up on wine values. You know, it's just such a wonderful thing, and I like how the council will fight tooth and nail to say, you know, if you're going to build a factory on the back of your vineyard, we want it like this, we want it to suit, to blend in and all that. But with the solar farm, that seems to be just thrown out the window. So I think that's about all. Just check. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you got anything to ask me,
Well, I've got a statement to make that when I was at university, I worked in that building. So there you go.
that's good. Yeah, so it was a hard one to build that. It was on a flat site, so it had to have, you know, even.
Yeah, look, thank you for your submission. I think you've actually you've summed up a lot of things that I've been thinking about. You know, we talked to the applicant earlier in the week about landscape and about there's a physical component, but then there's a perceptual component to landscape, and then an associational component. And I think you've summarised those really well for me. So I appreciate that.
Cool.
I'm interested, you know, you talk about the drive down State Highway 7. I've been doing that quite regularly over the last few days because I've been staying in Bain Road, so I've been driving down there in the morning and the evenings. And I was just interested, I mean, your photograph there, and don't take this the wrong way, but your photograph that you showed of from that location, I think is across those vineyards that are just in there by Bain Road. So you're looking to the south, really. What's the view in the other direction?
Glad that you asked me that. From there, it's stunning. In fact, that really sets me off. I often sit with my wife and I go, you know, she's out with me, and I'll always say to her, Cheryl, look at the hills, look how stunning that, and we get that crossfire. They actually undulate and fold. In fact, I love the name Folded Hill. Anyway, yeah, so as the sun often hits it, it actually accentuates the humps and it makes the shadows even darker and just undulates. And there's not many areas you can see that, and it's just unreal.
But isn't that screened by the pine trees? I think there's a couple of spruce trees and some macadamia trees that
There's a few little,
down there.
Yep, there's a few little blocks of those, yeah. But as I say, as you said just before, it's the subtlety. It's not, it's the wee glimpses of it. Then there's the panorama of it. Then there's like a tight focus. Then it's open, and then it's brighter, immediate, and so on. It's just, yeah.
And so if that boundary was planted, but it was maintained to a height of 5 metres, then wouldn't you see across the top of that shelter belt and see those hills?
I don't think so. And also it would be so damn contrived. You know, what you'd see is like a big raft, like a huge raft,
Right.
like a 3.5K raft and not being awful, sorry about landscapers here. I find the native stuff, it does look like scrub. Not being awful, like when they did Highway 1 through Huntley, they cut through the hills there and they did, you know, like in fact, thousands of acres of just native, and it looked bloody dreadful. Like it's only good. It's only good once you get the taller trees with it, but just everything flax and manuka and grasses and hebes that only grow to 3 or 4 meters max. Just seeing lots of that in mass, it doesn't spin your wheels. There's no, it's far better than just flat, you know, dirt. But even I'm saying, you know, like even the pasture, when it's even the height of summer where it's just gone white and it's just dead, it's got a life to it. Yeah. And you don't see that. It's almost like silk. You're seeing all this beautiful silk over the land, just stunning. And the sun hitting it as a slight sheen. And it's just like even in death, in that the standard environment now, it looks beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Cool.
Appreciate your time. Thank
Thank you
you.
for your time.
On your project.
No, I'm stopping on grapes.
Okay, we've got,
Oh, you mean the Huntley one?
the other one, yes, sorry. Oliver and Kylie Selby.
No, thankfully.
No, it's not as bad as it was yesterday. I can see people. Morning. We'll just, thank you. So you've got a statement you're going to read, and then we'll see if we've got any questions stemming from that. And obviously, we've got your submission as well, so maybe some questions from that. Over to you.
Good morning. My name's Oliver Selby. I've lived at 89 Glenmark Drive for the last 6 years with Kerry and our 2 young sons. I'm here today as a father, but also someone with 13 years experience working in the construction industry across civil, including sheet piling and post ramming, residential, commercial and industrial projects across New Zealand. So I understand both the reality of construction and the real world effect it has on people living nearby. I'd like to explain why this matters so much to us. My wife and I moved from the UK to New Zealand to get away from the noise, the crowding and the intensity of urban living. We initially lived in Christchurch, which felt peaceful by comparison. However, I was heavily involved in large-scale reconstruction projects across the city after the earthquakes. And through that experience, we lived and worked around constant construction, the noise, the disruption, the dust, and the long-term effects of everyday life. Based on that, we made a very deliberate decision. We wanted something better and calmer to raise our family. That's why we moved to Waipara, for the quiet, the space, the rural lifestyle, and the connection to the landscape. What's proposed here doesn't just affect us short term. It fundamentally changes both how we live over the next 2 years and what our home and surroundings will be for the rest of our lives. One of the things that matters most to me as a father is the environment my children grow up in. My eldest son and I often stand at the back of our fence together, looking out over the completely unobstructed views of the Waipara landscape and the mountains. It's quiet, it's open, and it's something we experience together. That will be gone. that simple, peaceful part of our daily life, that connection to the landscape will no longer exist. I want to be very clear about my primary concern today. I'm not here to debate renewable energy. I'm not here to debate long-term operational details. My focus is the construction phase because that is where the most immediate, intense and unavoidable impacts will occur, especially for our young children. Based on the scale of this project and my experience in the construction industry, this is effectively a full industrial construction site over 180 plus hectares. That involves large-scale earthworks, continuous machinery operation, trenching and installation, constant movement of workers and equipment. I want to highlight post ramming specifically. I've worked around it. It's not background noise. It's sharp, it's repetitive, high impact, and it travels. It cuts through everything. Across a site of this size, it will happen repeatedly and over long periods, very close to our home. This is not something that can be reduced to a minor or acceptable effect. The critical issue is duration. This is up to 2 years, 6 days a week, up to 10 hours a day. That's not temporary in any meaningful sense. For children especially, this represents a significant part of their early development. We have 2 young sons. This level of construction will impact their sleep, their learning and development, their ability to play outdoors peacefully. The environment we deliberately chose for them, a quiet rural upbringing, is removed during that time. Based on my experience in construction, I also want to raise a practical concern. The activity levels presented in the application do not reflect the reality of a project of this scale. The stated figure of around 6 truck movements per day does not align with nearly 37,000 cubic metres of earthworks, the delivery of materials and infrastructure, ongoing construction logistics. From my experience, activity, particularly during peak phases, will be significantly higher. This increases noise, dust, traffic, and overall disruption beyond what is being presented. In addition to the noise, there will be dust from the earthworks and vehicle movements, increased heavy traffic on rural roads, safety risks for families and children. These are standard effects of large-scale construction. There's also a broader issue here. This proposal is fundamentally a commercial development. A business transaction is being proposed, but the consequences are being imposed directly on the surrounding families. The cost of that decision is not just visual, it's social, environmental, and deeply personal. Even after construction finishes, the environment we chose to raise our family in will not be the same. The open rural character, the visual connection to the landscape, the quiet and natural setting will be permanently altered. What we moved here for, what we planned for our family's future, cannot be replaced. The panel needs to consider this. Even if some effects can be mitigated over time, the construction impacts cannot be undone, and the loss of our environment is permanent. This proposal asks our family to live beside an industrial construction site for 2 years and accept a permanent change to the environment we chose to raise our children in. In my view, that is not appropriate in this location. For those reasons, I respectfully ask that the consent be declined.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you, so your experience in construction, and I'm not focus on the solar farm for you at the moment. What are the mitigation measures that construction companies are putting in place around construction that you're seeing?
So a lot of what we'll see in, if you take city, sort of a lot of the city-based construction, you'll have screening and site wrap and, you know, even the scaffold wrapping and stuff like that. They're heavily focused on mitigating, especially in residential areas, the dust and noise. In turn, that creates even more of an eyesore. No one wants to see, you drive through Christchurch or Auckland, wherever, whichever city you want to pick. You see a partially built multi-storey building that's wrapped in essentially glad wrap, coloured glad wrap. It's an absolute eyesore. The site screening is logos and advertising. It's very it's a through construction companies, site screening and site scrim is also a good chance to put up your branding. So it just becomes incredibly commercial.
What about timing?
Yeah, sorry, I was just
Okay.
leading to that one. With timings, you will normally find we're dependent on your local council and stuff like that. You'll have construction hours that you can and can't work on, and your decibel levels will be reduced. So, for example, when I was working on the residential rebuilds during the rebuild in Christchurch, we couldn't have power tools running or anything running over. I think it was 85 decibels before 7:30 in the morning in a residential area. If you were doing works that had to be out of hours, concrete pours and stuff like that would start early, we had to apply for special permission essentially to do that. And it had to be, it's for this particular reason on this particular day for this time frame, and you were locked in to that. So yeah, timings do dictate your working hours and the level of noise you can produce during those working hours as well.
So what about things like staging?
In what sense? Sorry.
So much can be undertaken, and then there's a stop, and then a next stage. So a lot of projects nowadays talk about staging, but construction is something slightly different.
With every type of project, you're going to, through your staging, you're going to have different levels of activity, different levels of noise, you have different risks and controls for each stage, right? The reality of it is, I run projects for my company. I have quite a large region now. The reality is, out of 10 projects, maybe 1 or 2 will actually hit their exact deadlines and their exact staging. So there's always creep, there's always delays, there's always issues, there's always unknowns as well. So you can plan mitigations with your staging, but that it always creeps. It's the reality of construction.
So, have you seen the sort of conditions that have been put on or proposed so to date on the solvent around the construction activity?
I've seen some of it. To be honest, it's a lot of information to take on board. Some of it I've seen around, sort of the working hours. I didn't see any conditions around noise on the working hours.
Yeah, I think some of that might have changed as well. So I think we're talking Monday to Fridays in terms of piling rather than weekends as well. So yeah, that's a bit of a moving feast, but there's the standard construction management plan, which I'm sure you receive at the other end of the process when you're doing I'm just interested in what your take is on those construction management plans that you are obviously at the other end of the system. Get in front of you, and how do they work? Does compliance become an issue with those things?
Yes. So from my experience, and this is from, bear in mind, in New Zealand, I started as a boots on the ground carpenter, jacking and packing houses, and now I work across the industrial space looking after the oil and gas industry. We'll have, I can take it back to the earthquakes, right? Because it's something everyone here will be aware of and has probably seen the rebuild during Christchurch show. We would say, right, we're working in a residential area. We're not allowed to start noisy works until 7:30. So it's get on site at 7:45. So we've got 10, 15 vehicles rolling up, right? We've then got 15, 20 guys getting onto site, setting up their tools, not using them, of course, setting up their tools, making general noise and disruption. You've got the vehicles coming back and you've got equipment and deliveries turning up because that wasn't. People will always find a loophole to keep production and process moving and stay within the required rules. And often, from experience, it's 15:15. We're not allowed to start till 5:30, but who's really going to complain? And that is the mindset. And when you have a project manager at the upper end for us, who is pushing delivery, pushing deadlines. He doesn't care that we got rained off 2 days ago. We still got to get done by Friday. That's what happens in reality. You know, there's always that grey area. So if you say 7 o'clock, it's probably going to start at 6:30, but the trucks will turn up at 6. That's the reality of construction.
So while you might have construction management plan with a whole set of rules, often those rules are broken.
Yes, they are. And often the construction management plan will stay with the project team and the project management and not make it.
Not filtered down.
No, what gets filtered down is get the job done, please.
We didn't visit your site.
Yeah,
We haven't visited any along that drive because no one's asked us.
yeah. I had a question about that, yeah.
We were actually asked and we were like, oh, someone else is going to probably have you guys go and see it. So we didn't
We haven't been
put the,
near along there.
No, we stopped there last night. The only viewpoint we could get is from the driveway at 55 Glenmark, which is
Sort of on that corner, dropping down the hill.
oh yeah.
8 houses long from here.
You want to come for a cup of tea?
Oh, we can't come for a cup of tea.
I don't,
Have a little look.
make it.
Well, we can see whether we've got an ability after today.
So we live essentially opposite the Wee playground and the Waipara Railway.
Right,
So we're on the opposite side there.
Okay.
And our back garden faces towards.
But if we found time
Mm.
this afternoon after we've finished here, we'll see whether we can.
Yep.
I mean,
I'm in all day, so you're more than welcome to.
you got any other?
Please excuse the mess in the garden. We,
Oh, we're not interested in
as
that.
part of my point, we look outwards, not inwards.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah, I mean, going back to your written submission, you talk about, you know, the visual and amenity impact on your home. You know, in case we aren't able to get there, can you describe your outlook for us?
Yep. So the rear fence of my property, the rear of my property when we moved in used to be a old shelter belt sort of thing. It was kind of pretty dilapidated, not had much love. So we started getting into that and we opened up this stunning view that we didn't actually know we would get when we bought the house. It was a great bonus. I've cleared that, put deer fencing up, so we've got proper nice clear view through there. Through the back, directly behind us is sort of farmland, just small holding. They run sheep and alpacas and stuff like that. It's kind of cool for the boys to see that. And then going back from there, we get some views of some pines, a few pines, and then straight from there, we're into the mountains and the hillsides at the background with basically nothing. I have to really sort of crane my neck to see that other people exist on the planet, to be honest, from that view. It's wonderful. Over late evening time, because we often go outside and sit with my boy and look at the stars and stuff like that and watch the sun go down over the hills, we can occasionally see a truck or some headlights coming up State Highway 7 there. And
Right.
also, you know, and I'm absolutely not complaining because road traffic is just road traffic, but that noise will carry, especially for when we're coming, you know, northwester coming through, any slight breeze, everything carries over our way. I can hear the trucks on State Highway 7 and that feeds into the noise and the construction, right? Because if I'm hearing one truck, one car from a few K away, what's it going to sound like when we're post around it? But yeah, that's our view. Mountains, hillsides, a few vineyards, a few farms. We do see some shelter belts and stuff like that, but generally it's just stunning.
Cool, thank you. Yeah, I had a look at your property. I was trying to work out what was going on with the back fence because I couldn't see one, so that explains it.
Hold
Is
him
there
in.
a bank there? Do you drop, does it drop down?
No, we're dead flat straight out the back.
There's a farm driveway and then.
Yes.
in the-
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think the Google Earth image is a slightly older one. I actually think with the original application, when I looked through it, I couldn't make heads and tails on some of the information, to be brutally honest, but I think it was on the glare testing or however it's called. It showed our property and the old shelter belt was still in there. There was also a couple of massive old man pines up there. They've gone, stuff like that. So we've just got the one willow tree and that's us.
Lovely. That's what I had for you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
No, you read it. Oh, sorry, yeah,
You went to the
I did skip, apologies. I must have slipped in.
You want to?
No, you've got an old version.
I've got an old version. I do. I don't have a printer. I'm on.
Right.
I'll throw That's right. He's got it. He's in control.
Have we got Julian Young?
Yeah.
You can go. Yep, we'll get through you before we get to morning tea. Obviously, we visited you last night as well.
You did. If you remember, when you look out on that landscape that we look at from the top of the Wick, from the other end of the whole valley, we look down on the Waipara flats. You'll be able to sympathise with us that when this thing goes in, we're going to be looking at a black rectangle a kilometre away that's going to be very much like Mordor in terms of its appeal. Okay, my name is Julian Young. I live on Antle's farm and I own it with my partner Janice Antle. We both moved onto this land. It's a 300-acre farm. In the year 2000, we moved down here from Wellington with our two children. And Janice was very keen to get back to her family land. And I couldn't believe the beauty of the landscape, having been a Wellingtonian. I understood wind up there, but the northwest wind down here is something special, I can tell you. My background is in information systems management. I'm Secretary and Director of the Weka Irrigation Scheme, although I must make it clear I do not speak for that entity today, and I only represent myself and my family. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I know you've read my submission. I'm going to try and not repeat myself, but I do have a few concerns I want to put a voice to. Firstly, I want to say that I wholeheartedly agree that New Zealand needs to diversify away from fossil fuels for its energy needs, and absolutely wind and solar are going to be essential to this transition. I get that. I absolutely agree that we also need foreign investment to facilitate this. My preference is that renewable hardware, like large-scale solar farms, they be located much nearer to where the power is consumed. I'm a North Islander, and I always understood that the South Island was a net exporter of power to the North Island because the South cannot consume all of the power it produces. My thoughts would be that the best place to put these things would be north of Taupo. But I do counsel my learned friends here, don't stick them in the Tongariro National Park. Seems bizarre to me to generate gigawatts of power in the south by ventures such as this, only to ship them north, where there's transmission loss and waste to the North Island. I believe the best place for them is on individual house roofs, commercial building roofs, factory roofs, wherever the demand is, at the point of demand. Bottom up is best. I absolutely concur with Bill Lee's paper yesterday. Made a hell of a lot of sense. Investor obligations. In my opinion, foreign investors should not be allowed to be tone deaf to the cultural and existing economic interests of current land users. In my view, we should not allow rampant development pressure to destroy pristine and outstanding landscapes. We've got to protect it for our grandchildren. Solar factories on the land have a place, but in my view, they should only be permitted away from outstanding landscape areas like Waipara and the Mackenzie Basin. The Mackenzie Basin decision is brilliant. They saved that landscape. You guys will be familiar with that decision. Absolutely. The onus to protect these landscapes is falling on consent hearings such as this. I'm not an expert in government policy, but the National Policy Statement on Renewables appears to me to be partial and incomplete, and it's been left to these sorts of tribunals to try and make sense and make the right decisions where the political forces at play here are very, very hard to predict. Over time, as these consents to impose these types of factories, is what I'd call it, sun harvesting factories on unique landscapes such as Waipara and the Mackenzie, as these get declined, and I'm so hopeful this one's going to get killed, foreign and domestic investors, like the applicant, they will learn to put them in places where the environmental impact is minimal. General reasons why this location is not suitable: the Waipara Valley, the atmospherics, the vibe of the place. Waipara has for over 40 years been building a unique brand anchored in the production of boutique food, fine wine, and the best lamb and beef the sweet soil of Waipara can produce. The location of 1,000 acres of black sterile panels in the heart of the Waipara Basin undermines and vandalises the very brand that hundreds of food producers have been nurturing for over 40 years. In my opinion, the brand misalignment here is utterly profound. We've got a very small boutique vineyard, tiny. We're going to have second thoughts about whether we put the word Waipara on our label because of the long-term perception of this in time. That's how serious this is. There may be a risk of toxic pollutants entering the deeper aquifers under Waipara Valley in the event of some unforeseen disaster on this property, and those things might enter the food chain. Whatever conditions get put into this thing, there's going to have to be testing of subsoil to make sure this stuff gets picked up before it becomes a catastrophe for this environment. State Highway 7 on the Waipara Flat Road, as others have mentioned, it's beautiful in terms of its scenery and big sky effects and the perception of open green space that motorists enjoy as they journey to or from Hamner Springs, a major tourist destination from Christchurch. Because the northwest wind blows perpendicular to State Highway 7, 90% of the existing shelter belts run north-south on the landscape, meaning they occur intermittently as you drive up State Highway 7, north or south. In contrast to this, the visual screening and the shade cloth of the solar proposal is going to run solidly for 4 kilometres on State Highway 7 and blot out 50% of the landscape view for the entire length of the solar farm. This means that every visitor, every journey for the next 35 years, at least, they're going to miss out on 50% of the landscape that you would currently enjoy, regardless of which direction you're driving in. This is an almost intangible cost, and it is difficult to quantify. Nevertheless, it is a cost, and it's going to be paid for by Waipara residents. The existing reputation is one of tranquil village surrounded by untouched natural beauty. It is important to remember that a huge proportion of businesses in the area exist downstream of this reputation, and they leverage it as part of their branding. The direct impact upon the Weka Pass Railway has already been discussed, and perhaps that is because it is the most easy to visualise. I believe this is the tip of the iceberg, and that most businesses in the area will be impacted by the damage to the Waipara identity. Unique natural climate of the area and the Matagari and QE2. Our farm, as has been mentioned by Janice, has several natural area designations, 2 of which are geological landscape protections and several are botanical, where the biodiversity is under threat and important to preserve. To secure these for the future, we have placed chunks of land with the QE2 Trust to preserve and protect. We believe the unique landscape of the low and high terraces that straddle the Weka, both on our property and on the solar farm property, those high and low terraces must be preserved for the future and must not be covered in black panels that, I have to say this, in all honesty, had the visual appeal of car park tarmac. We have significant areas of our farm that are covered in Matagari, which is considered a blessing because it offers shelter for stock during inclement weather, especially during lambing and if it snows. This is something I had to learn. I can still remember Janice's father telling me in the early 2000s, Julian, don't touch the Matagari. It's protected and the ewes love it during lambing. I had to learn that. I've since realised that just about every farmer I know in the valley understands the ecological and animal shelter value of Matagari. It's not credible for these guys to say they didn't know. In my opinion, ignorance of this is not an excuse. Lack of order. I want to pay homage and acknowledge the quality of the submission by Dr. Taumari Tau. I consider this to be a taonga, gifted to this hearing. But it is also a gift to anybody who has an interest in water and walking the talk when it comes to being proper guardians of the land. Dr. Tau's submission will be invaluable if this consent ends up in the Environment Court and the Supreme Court. I can tell you that. Water is liquid gold in Waipara, and as Dr. Tau has spelled out with great clarity and respect, it has been over-allocated in Canterbury and is under enormous pressure in the Waipara Basin. When I refer to the scarcity of water in the area, I am drawing upon my personal history within the Weka Irrigation Scheme, previously also known as the Glenmark Irrigation Scheme, within which I have occupied various administrative roles and within which I'm also a director. It goes without saying, I repeat, that I'm not speaking for the irrigation group as a whole. My opinions are my own, but I refer to this experience to highlight the fact that I'm acutely aware of the area's water stresses. I look at this thing in a slightly different way to some. And I understand the motive behind the desire to hide this thing behind trees. But it is ludicrous to realise when you look at it in a certain way that the applicant's going to ship millions of litres of water from beyond the property so that the water can be used to grow trees, so that the community and visitors do not see the ugliness of the structure they intend to build. This purloined water will never be used to grow crops or food. In my opinion, this is a dubious use of a precious resource, and it should be grounds to decline granting this consent on this single issue alone. As I understand the proposal, the applicant's going to sink a bore somewhere nearby. I don't know where it is. Beyond 50 metres deep, maybe as deep as 150 metres. And they're going to extract at least 8 million litres of water annually. I'm not clear how this water will be delivered to the site. I'm keen to get answers. Is it going to be by tanker truck? How many truck movements will this mean? And which roads will they travel over? What is the age of the aquifer being depleted? How frequently does the aquifer replenish? If the screen nurturing program needs 20 million litres annually, can the aquifer accommodate this? Trees and screening. The Waipara flat soils are free draining and the moisture holding capacity of the soil is very low. We've had to live with this because we're on very similar soils on the flats of our farm, identical soils. Regardless of which tree is planted, irrigation can have the effect of causing the tree to only root in the top 300 millimetres of the soil. If this occurs, and the trees are say 1 metre high in 2 years, there will be a high likelihood that many of them will blow over in a 100-kilometre northwest roar, and they are not uncommon. I need to mention that in 2022, we've got transpower lines that pump power to the North Island a few hundred metres at the far end of our farm in the Wicker Pass. And that there was a horrendous storm, strong enough that it blew down 2 kilometres of those transpower lines. These are big cables. The pylons, several pylons were blown over. It was horrendous. It was dangerous. Traffic had to be stopped. And I say that just to signal the potential for the Norwest to repeat an event like that. And when you consider climate change and all these unusual weather extremes that we're likely to experience, this could get worse. Why we as an individual neighbour oppose it? We are directly impacted by this proposal in that the industrial hardware, given its proximity to our boundary, will inflict audible and visual harm to us for the 600-metre span that it runs adjacent to our boundary for the next 35 years. I believe we're the only neighbour affected to this extent. The visual look of the infrastructure is aesthetically harsh and industrial. It's not rural, green, organic or open. The size and scale of the proposal is so huge, it is difficult for me to get my head around it, I have to say. It is so big, it borders on the obscene when one considers the applicant has tried to cover every square inch of 183 hectares in industrial or electronic hardware. It would have been far more considerate and respectful of the community if the proposal was to only industrialise the top terrace and only do it for 50%. They'd still get shitloads of power. On our boundary, the panels appear to run for 575 metres, and they traverse both the top and lower terraces all the way from State Highway 7 across to the Wicker Creek, down into the Wicker Creek. I don't know if I've got this right, but I noticed in part 8 of a rebuttal evidence of John Russell Andrews on the 11th of May 26, he stated the following: the proposed solar farm will be located on the upper and northern terraces of the site and does not encroach on the Wicker Creek or the lower terraces. These more sensitive areas are avoided entirely. Well, I'm so delighted to read that, and I look forward to the applicant removing the panels from the lower terraces on my boundary. This will save this will reduce the amount of the panels running adjacent to our boundary to 375 metres. I might have got that wrong, but that's what I've read. An additional risk is the potential for leaching of toxic substances from the panels into the subsoil and the potential for this to drain northwards and contaminate the subsoil on our side of the boundary. An additional impact is the liability we will face in the event of fire spreading onto the applicant's property from ours. Should the consent proceed without any mitigating measures to address our concerns, we will pay a unique price, both in terms of quality of life and significant loss of value in the land. I do not believe the Resource Management Act intended to allow proposals like this to inflict such harm on properties like ours. I believe this will constitute a profound breach of natural justice. landscape effects. I may be wrong here, and I heard the applicant's landscape expert as best as I could, but I don't believe the expert witness had any detailed comment to make from the perspective of our property. I didn't see it. Fire liability concern. I want to acknowledge Nicola Kirby's view from her written statement that fire liability matters may reside outside of this consenting process. I respectfully want to disagree with this and challenge that. It leads me to the question, if the matter of fire insurance liability cost skyrocketing as a result of this consent, if they're not considered here, then where are they going to be considered? It's a serious question. This is a $200 million asset that I could set fire to accidentally. In the event that this consent gets heard in the higher court and it's not addressed, I hope this issue is given consideration. On the 10th and the 11th of May, just a few days ago, I had 2 conversations with the landowner, Tom Kidner. He's a very, very nice guy. These conversations concerned my initial request for a 50-metre buffer zone between our property fence and the first solar panel, and my concern regarding potential fire insurance liability costs. Tom informed me that the applicant believes the existing 15 to 20 metre buffer is adequate and that I'm not open to changing this at this point in time. On the matter of fire insurance liability, Tom assured me that the applicant's team are working hard to find a solution which puts a cap on our insurance liability as an upwind neighbour. He indicated that I will not need to increase my public liability beyond what I currently carry, which is $2 million. I want to applaud the applicant for taking this reasonable step, and I look forward to this being added as a condition of the consent if it is granted. Subdivision, building a house. Now in November 22, well before this thing was even thought of, I imagine, we decided to seek a consent to subdivide 2 4-hectare blocks of land on our eastern boundary. This decision to subdivide was part of our succession plan and had been in our minds since 2020. We've got 2 children and we have to think of the future. We first approached the council about this in late 2022, and in 2025, the Huruniua Council, after a lot of treacle waiting, I can tell you, they finally issued us with a consent to subdivide as shown on the map attached. Our expectation in the blocks will be lifestyle and each will have a house built on them. This will enable the next generation of the family to have a stake in the future on the ancestral family land. It was deeply troubling for us to discover in June 22 that the solar farm proposal was looming. It dropped like a bolt out of the sky, and I can tell you, it's been sadness and anger ever since. It's going to significantly harm the visual landscape appeal of the section, Lot 1, and by June 2024, of course, we were too financially committed to the subdivision and we couldn't undo it. Given that the house is going to be built on Lot 1, I need to ask the question, does this mean that the 80-metre setback rule does apply to us? As I understand this rule, the applicant cannot locate any solar panels or inverters within 80 metres of our boundary so as to mitigate noise effects. Concerns regarding the applicant's suitability and the long-term consequences. We were not invited to the first woolshed opening day, though this may have been a communication mix-up. I did find this unusual as a neighbour with a significant shared boundary. The applicant did not proactively seek any input from us to mitigate any harmful effects from our perspective, with 2 exceptions. They did invite us to suggest a species of tree that might be used as a visual barrier. They indicated they wanted to replace our existing stock boundary fence with a modern fit-for-purpose sheep fence. Although I have found the landowner likeable and open to discussion when I prompt it, I have detected the undercurrent, although I found the landowner and the applicant likeable and open to discussion when I prompt it, I have detected the undercurrent of an attitude from the applicant which suggests that we have very limited rights to challenge any part of this application. The subtext of it is the Resource Management Act offers little protection for neighbours like us. The applicant's recent illegal clearance of a significant area of protected native plants raises a big red flag to me. It suggests that they might not necessarily be bound by any rules pertaining to the protection of the land or the rights of neighbours in future. Conclusion and requested conditions if granted. I hope it is pretty clear that I'm opposed to this. And in the event that it does get granted, I'm hopeful that you as commissioners will take concrete steps to ensure that the applicant's actions are mitigated as much as is reasonably possible. In my view, to mitigate the harmful effects upon us as neighbours is as follows. Firstly, the consent, if granted, should prohibit the placement of panels or inverters, noise generating equipment from within 80 metres of our boundary. Currently, the buffer appears to be 15 metres, which includes the tree line and the vehicle road. The advantage of enforcing an 80-metre setback rule is that the applicant can then establish a decent fire break on their property to minimise fire exposure from the upwind side of the development. Secondly, the consent, if granted, should require that the applicant make good on the aforementioned conversation and commitment made by the owner on 11th of May. This is to say, they should place a reasonable cap on our liability as neighbours relating to non-malicious fire events. Otherwise, the decision to place a $200 million investment downwind of us will unreasonably financially burden us as a neighbour. Finally, I have 3 questions for this hearing to consider. I've heard the phrase conditions used a lot with regards to this planning sort of activity. I can see conditions. Conditions don't really have the power of a guarantee, in my opinion. And I want to ask, what guarantees can be given that the conditions of the consent will be complied with in the future? I want to ask the question of who carries that guarantee? And then I want to ask the question is, who will enforce that these guarantees will be complied with in the future? So who's the guarantor, who carries the guarantee, and who's the enforcer? Possible breaches in the future could be the deeper soils and the groundwater under the farm get polluted, visual screenings die off or they don't grow as promised, hardware or plant encroachment on exempted land occurs, State Highway 7 shadowing and ice effects are more dangerous than predicted, vehicle movements exceed volumes, agreed volumes, noise levels exceed agreed levels promises, breaches to the 9 to 5 working week promises breached. There's a whole list of them. Bond and nightmares. Both the sums of money involved in this venture and the hundreds of millions of dollars the residents of Waipara have invested in their own businesses and properties over the last 40 years, they're eye-watering amounts of money. It will be a grave breach of natural justice and fairness if any of these conditions or guarantees mandated in any consent granted are quietly ignored or deliberately breached over the term of the consent. I would suggest that if the consent is granted, the applicant must be compelled to offer a sizable bond held by the Huronui Council and spent to ensure compliance with the consent. No costs associated with the solar farm should be borne by the ratepayers of the Huronui. This includes the cost of hearings like this, any legal disputes or hearings that might arise in future. Those costs should not be borne by the Huronui ratepayers. The nightmare scenario that worries me is that as soon as the high revenue streams kick in, once the venture is up and running, the applicant and the owner might sell up, make a killing, and disappear into the sunset. The Waipara community will then be stuck with a perpetual eyesore and a new owner who has no history of this consenting process and who may not abide by the consent conditions. I note that neither the owner or the applicant live in Waipara. I believe it is telling that the owner has chosen not to live in the lovely farmhouse in the centre of the property. It's interesting that the owner, by making this decision, and his family, they won't have to look at the solar farm while they're having breakfast. Many other people on the Mackenzie's Road, which isn't me, they're going to have to endure that. As an aside, while it is not the main concern that I come here with today, I think it bears mentioning that it seems likely that if the applicant's consent is granted, it'll never negatively affect the value of our property and indeed the value of all properties that neighbours or overlook the project. I am no expert on the RMA or legal matters. However, it does seem manifestly unjust for us to be expected to take what might amount to a significant financial hit so that the applicant can make money. Whether the hearing can take this into consideration or not, I do not know, but the fact remains that its impact will be material and it will be unfair. So thank you for giving me the chance to speak today. As commissioners, you guys have the very good fortune to be the decision makers here, and that you, and only you, can save Waipara Valley. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we start with the subdivision plan at the back of your?
Yeah.
So we did drive on to, and I think it might well have been site last night. We know where you're talking about.
Yep.
So that subdivision plan has been approved?
The consent's been given for us to subdivide.
Right, yep.
Yeah.
Well, did that consenting, do you know whether it include building platforms on it?
No.
It's just a 4 hectares subdivision.
4 hectare style block subdivision.
15%.
And they keep telling me, you are doing this, and we have to make sure that the subdivision, the section size you produce has potable water, it's going to have power, and we have to expect that you're going to build a house on it.
Yep.
That's what they've said.
Okay. Yeah, no, I was just checking to see whether there would have been building platforms identified as part of that. So, okay, so that's useful to know, because that was a question we already had, and you've actually brought it forward to us. So thank you for that. That's useful to know. We're going to need to check this in terms of the work that Mr. Ibbotson did, and to whether he actually knows that this subdivision was actually consented, because I'm not aware that it's actually been covered. Okay. So let's cover that one off. You got any other?
Well, you did very well, because I kept writing questions down, and then I wait a minute and then you'd answer them yourself. So I have just a couple of things. You did mention the Mackenzie Basin, and you were very pleased that solar farms have been proposed in the Mackenzie Basin. What's the basis for that?
The Mackenzie Basin?
Yeah.
There was a solar farm proposed for that basin.
Yes.
And it was declined.
Right.
And I think that they're currently hoping and waiting that no one will appeal that decision.
Right.
There is this sort of Damascus, is it, that can come down on these things with some of the political changes that have been made in policy to the Resource Management Act recently. So I think there's a certain amount of caution as to whether this could happen down there. It's a decision that's really well worth looking into. All I know about it is that the decision was made. It was the solar panel proposal for the Mackenzie Basin was declined because of its sensitive ecology and the landscape effect, and it got quite a bit of media.
Yeah, I'm familiar. I can't remember the name of it.
I think it's the one at Tekapo you're talking about.
I think it is the one in Tekapo.
Yeah. So I think there's another 3 proposed at the moment.
Yeah.
And I think some of those are proposed directly adjacent to the state highway.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, so what you were saying is that that you were pleased that that had been declined.
Absolutely. That's a pristine landscape.
Yeah.
Saver, we have to protect all of them. This is a pristine landscape. We have to protect it.
Yeah.
That's my take.
Okay, and are you aware of the one I mentioned yesterday, on the Napier Taupo Road?
No, I'm not.
No, which I think is directly adjacent to the highway there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
Okay. You mentioned in your report that you wanted that a 50-metre site setback.
From the outset, yeah.
Yeah, you said 50 metres and then you said 80 metres.
Well, we initially sought 50, not knowing that the NZTA have this 80-metre setback rule if you've got property close to the infrastructure.
Right.
So I've only learned that this week.
Yeah.
About that rule. And if that rule applies because there's likely to be a house built next door, then absolutely I want to take advantage of it.
So that's where you got the 80 metres.
That's where I got the 80 from.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And then finally, you talked about, you said that you had spoken to the applicant about planting, that if it was to be planted, the boundary between your lot 2 and lot 3, I guess, and the solar farm, what planting would be what you would be seeking?
This was at the very first conversation we had when we met them after the first woolshed open day. They just said, you know, look, if you want to choose the tree that they use as the screening material, we could influence that decision. If we wanted a native, then they'd be receptive to that. If there was another tree that we thought would be more appropriate, they'd be receptive to it.
So have you given that any thought as to what I understand your position is you would rather not anything, but
well, I have given it some thought. We're sort of not sure about what the right solution is because the northwest wind is going to hit it full on. And in my experience of these types of things, you actually need to risk mitigate. There may not be one species of tree, one line of tree that is the solution here. And I think this is a principle that could apply for the entire perimeter of the project. I think you're much better off, I'm not an expert here, but I think you're much better off to have a variety of trees so that instead of it being a 4-metre corridor where trees are planted, it should perhaps be wider than that. And you have them pepper potted. So you have breaks between trees, you have different species of trees. You don't know which one's going to do well. You'll discover it in 4 or 5 years' time, maybe. And then you can learn from that as an evolutionary sort of journey.
Yeah.
That would be my
That's helpful, thank you.
Can I just ask, given that, I'm not really focusing on lot 2 here because it's the one that adjoins the property, regardless of whether a solar farm was went ahead on that site, would you have looked to plant that boundary between?
No.
You'd leave it open?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not planting it. They can plant it.
No.
Yeah.
But if, say there wasn't a solar farm.
No.
You wouldn't look.
No, the landscape beauty of that paddock, that block is fantastic. Why would you block it out? It would be, it's one of the things we're going to lose. You know, it's an absolute asset.
Okay. I think that might be, like Commissioner Bray, you answered many of the questions I had for you all the way through. So thank you for that. So thanks very much. That's been good.
There is a thing, I sort of thought about this in the dead of night. There's a NIMBY sort of thing, you know, you don't want this in your backyard, you know. Now, I understand the James Forbes solar farm consent that might be going ahead. That's way more discreetly located in the Waipara area, but it's not off State Highway 7. It's a much smaller venture than this. I would not be opposed to that. So I will accept them in my backyard, but I don't see this as being my backyard. I see this as being Waipara's front yard. And it's going to be an absolute blot on it. That's the NIMBY argument.
Okay, lovely. Thank you.
Very good.
No, thank you very much.
Worries.
Okay, we'll break. We'll just break for 15 minutes, so around about 11:10, and then we've got Mr. McCaskey after that. So thank you. Hey, morning, Mr. Kelsey. Now, just before we start, having read through your submission, you've addressed some matters around the background to the applicant. Those are not matters that we can take into account in terms of this hearing. So I just want to make that very clear up front.
Yep,
And can you pull that a bit closer to you?
yeah. I do make a reference to them, but I don't repeat them. Okay? Right. I would like at the outset to outline a little of my background because I believe it is relevant to the issues I'm about to raise. For 17 years, I worked as a press secretary in Parliament in Wellington. This was before the time of politically appointed advisors. I was a public servant. During that time, I worked for 3 prime ministers and 6 cabinet ministers, one of whom later became prime minister. During those 17 years, I learned a little about competence and integrity, and how important those qualities are when considering something significant. You know from my written submission that in opposing the application, I focused on the competence and integrity of the proposers. In the 40+ months since the proposal was first mooted, the applicant has garnered together more than 1,000 pages of evidence. This accumulated evidence enables us to look more closely at the issues of competence and integrity. Put simply, competence is the ability to do something well. The number of changes the applicant has made since the open day at the site in September 2023 demonstrates a real and consistent lack of ability to do things well. The Council's Senior Planning Officer has sought additional information from the applicant on 4 separate occasions. The Planning Officer notes that in response to information requests, substantive changes, including a redesigning of the site, have been made to the application. Commissioners, in your 6th minute, you also sought more information. Despite these repeated requests for additional information, the officer noted in her 42A report that more work was required. Paragraph 85, which was about the Mataguri clearance, further detail will be provided as part of the applicant's evidence. Paragraph 139, I consider a more beneficial approach is to undertake a holistic assessment of the effects of the proposal. Paragraph 157, landscape, I anticipate the applicant providing further detail through evidence. Paragraph 184 about glint and glare, I anticipate the applicant providing further information through their evidence. Paragraph 219 about grass growth. With variable findings, the applicant may wish to address this in their evidence. Paragraph 247 about panels. The applicant has not provided any panel specifications. Paragraph 250. The applicant may wish to address this matter through evidence. Paragraph 272. I anticipate further information is likely to be provided. Paragraph 274 on ecological effects, further evidence will be provided through the applicant's evidence. This was in her 42A report of some time ago. What does it say about the evidence of the applicant when, after nearly 4 years, they still haven't got their ducks in a row? Despite the requests for further information, there are still issues the applicant has not adequately addressed. For example, the applicant has not provided sufficient information about the water supply for the project. Even given the size and complexity of the project, this incomplete evidence is a reflection on the applicant's competence, as is the extent of some of the changes that have been made. Realistically, with a project of this size, changes were inevitable, but the extent of the changes now proposed suggests the applicant was quite content to make it up as they went along. Mr. Andrews refers to this as an evolutionary process. Competence wasn't part of the brief. In an early description of the proposal, the panel modules were to be 4.3 metres high. This was changed to the present maximum height of 2.77 metres. This change necessitated changes to the layout of the site. Further modifications of the site layout will be necessary if the applicant is going to receive consents relating to access from Transpower and fens. Major changes to landscaping have also been made. Initially, there was to be boundary screening using Japanese cedar, estimated wishful thinking, it was going to grow a metre a year. The present proposal outlined in the applicant's evidence is for planting more than a dozen different species in 4 different areas of the site using nearly 100,000 plants. That's quite a step change. No doubt the applicant will present this as a significant enhancement of their project, which will, at the same time, nullify the objections of the doubters. But it is not. It is no more than appeasement, a straw of mitigation. Harking back again to the halcyon days of September 2023, Waipara solar plant was to be producing electricity by the beginning of 2027. That's 20 months from now. In May 2024, the applicant provided an indicative project timeline. The planner said the timeline provided is no longer realistic. Another example of incompetence, quite possibly intentional misinformation, was a statement by Richard Homewood at the time Jacinda Ardern turned the first sod at Far North's New Zealand startup at Pukenui in the far north. He said the plant would be operational in the second half of 2022. And this brings me to the strange case of Aquila Capital, the then partner of Far North Solar. Perhaps the applicant should now be called Not So Far North Solar, because Aquila Capital has departed, taking Pukenui and 5 other Far North Solar projects with them. Did they quit because they lost confidence in the competence of the joint venture? It's a fair question, and worth noting that Aquila switched on the Pukenui plant in October last year, 4 years after Richard Homewood's predicted date and after Far North's solar services had been dispensed with. I noted with interest that Far North Solar anticipates 6 heavy vehicle movements per day during construction. Are we seriously expected to believe that 3 vehicles a day will deliver 232,820 photovoltaic modules, 8,500 tractor motors, 67,000 poles, 30 20-foot containers, gravel for more than 10,000 metres of gravel road, deer fencing and barbed wire for the boundary of a 242-hectare site, fencing for 20 large paddocks, earthworks for a 6-metre wide strip atop a 1.2-metre high bund, and 100,000 plant guards, mats and stakes. No mention is made of the vehicles that will bring the 175 staff on and off the site each day. No mention is made of the Transpower vehicles that will need access during construction. And no mention is made of the fence vehicles that will visit the site. 3 heavy vehicles a day. I understand that this is an average figure for the construction period, but it is a deceptive way of describing the vehicle movements. Bad calculation or dumb guess. Either way, it's not a competent assessment. Another example is in the evidence of the expert witness, Mr. Cocker, when referring in his own evidence to the visual effects of the solar plant on private properties in Mackenzie's Road, he referred to the adverse effects on number 161 Mackenzie's Road. There is no number 161 in Mackenzie's Road. He also said the visual effects of the proposal from 163 Mackenzie's Road would be moderate. How he arrived at this assessment, I do not know. I live at 163 Mackenzie's Road, and Mr. Cocker has never been on the property. Commissioners, you have now visited 163 Mackenzie's Road. You can make your own assessment of the visual effects of the proposed solar plant, and you can form your own view of Mr. Cocker's competence. Within the 1,000+ pages of smoke and mirrors provided by Far North Solar, there are other examples that shine a light on the applicant's lack of competence. It might be reasonable, Commissioners, in the light of these comments, for you to infer that if the proposal was being put forward by a more competent applicant, it would be acceptable. That is not the case. No competent developer would have contemplated this site. No competent developer any competent developer would have recognised from the outset the unsuitability of the Waipara site. Now, before drawing attention to matters of integrity, I would like to comment on statements already made during this hearing. There seems to be, on the part of the applicant's counsel and a couple of the applicant's advocates, the belief that the decision on this application has already been made. They talk as if they believe that all that is left to do is hammer out the conditions. The Huranui District Council appears to be complicit in supporting this underlying belief. This assumption is not only an insult to you, Commissioners, it is also an insult to the submitters. I was pleased to hear you confirm on Wednesday that no decision has been made.
And look, I just want to make that point again, because we are required to seek the conditions of consent in case we made a decision to grant. That's part of the process we've got to go through. Otherwise, we get to the end of the process and we don't have those in front of us. Right. So I just want to make that point again. There's no decision made, but we do need to go through that process of looking at conditions. So just to make that very clear.
Yep. Okay, I want to move on now to talk about integrity. That is the qualities of being honest and ethical and doing the right thing. The importance of integrity is self-evident. In my written submission, I refer to the applicant's background. I'm aware of what you've just told me, and I won't repeat myself, but I believe that the points made in my written submission are germane to your deliberations. The applicant has put forward, first and foremost, front and centre, the contribution they will make to the country's well-being by providing electricity. They say nothing of the cost, financially and environmentally, of using fossil fuel to manufacture the panel modules. They don't mention the fossil fuel needed to bring the infrastructure to New Zealand. They are gambling on the general assumption that solar is good and opposing solar is not only bad, it is selfish and not in New Zealand's best interests. Far North Solar's brazen attempt to greenwash this project simply won't wash. There is nothing moral or ethical about attempting to drive a wedge between those who favour solar and those who oppose this application. It is perfectly possible to be both. Far North Solar's green approach reflects the lack of integrity of the applicant. Far North Solar's original plan, and maybe still is, to create numerous solar factories. Initially, 11 sites were proposed. Since then, Aquila has abandoned ship and taken 6 of these sites with them. The applicant's thinking seems to be that by adopting this scattergun approach, they might strike lucky on 1 or 2 of their targets. What does this say of the company's consideration for the well-being of the various communities affected? The company has put aside moral considerations, but commissioners, you can't dismiss them. The opinion of the council planner is that the ethics of the applicant fall outside the scope of this process. But with respect to you and to Ms. Kirby, my opinion is that the ethics of the applicant cannot be excluded from the process. Maybe planners have a different moral compass. Does the company give even a passing thought to the upheaval and stress these proposals create? Certainly, integrity doesn't come into it. I have already referred to the cascade of documents assembled by the applicant. It is significant that within these 1,000+ pages, some matters are studiously avoided. For example, there is barely a mention of tourism, and yet the council's own Huronui Tourism Board proudly promotes Waipara as a tourist destination. By overlooking or ignoring the impact of their proposal on tourism, the applicant is not fronting up to the problem, and this is a lack of integrity. The same can be said about their plans for decommissioning. The planning officer notes that the structures are to be unscrewed and removed and the site returned to grazing pasture. This lack of detail by deliberate omission clearly exposes a lack of integrity. I referred earlier to the applicant's assessment of heavy vehicle movements, disingenuous or deliberately misleading. The company has been in consultation with FENS about the risk of fire. Many plans have been drawn up and many conditions are to be complied with. Bear in mind, the system only works when the conditions are enforced. I have no confidence in the ability or the willingness of either the district or regional council to carry out this task. In terms of fire, the applicant relies heavily on the grazing regime to, quote, control the fuel load. What a euphemism that is. I note that one of the applicant's own witnesses says that sheep grazing will create areas of long grass which would carry a fire very quickly. He says the risk of fire is a genuine concern in this environment. I agree with the council planner. It would be useful for the applicant to outline how controlling the fuel load would be practically achieved. It calls for a modicum of integrity, as does the applicant's careful avoidance of the mention of water. if there is one issue that goes to the very core of the applicant's problems with the Waipara site, it is the issue of water. Water for firefighting, water for irrigation, water for cleaning panels, water for dust control. Water is the applicant's Achilles heel. By not fronting up to this problem, Far North Solar are, to put it plainly, being disingenuous about the provision of water. The issue that has come to the fore most recently, the issue raised in the Commissioner's 8th minute, is the Mataguri clearance. This is the clearance the property owner undertook just days after Far North Solar had been asked for an ecological report on the site. On the coincidence or conspiracy spectrum, the clearance leans heavily towards a total absence of integrity. And this brings me to the statement of evidence provided by the present landowner. In his statement, he outlines how he and Mr. Andrews were searching for a property for solar development. This was after his 252-hectare family farm in Rakaya had been deemed unsuitable because solar was not compatible with the existing arable farming operations. After a 2-year search, they found 380 Waipara Flat Road, a property which, according to the landowner, had been on and off the market a few times. He doesn't mention that previous owners had been farming the property for generations. Far North Solar deemed the property suitable, but what were they thinking? 1, the property runs along 3.5 kilometres of the Alpine Pacific touring route. 2, it is in the heart of the Waipara wine growing region. 3, on the verge of the property, there is a welcome to Waipara sign, vineyards, vintage railway, recreation. 4, the property is on the doorstep of the Waipara township. 5, the houses in Glenmark Drive, the core of the township, overlook the site. 6, a dozen wine properties in Mackenzie's Road are adjacent to the site. 7, the site has no water. 8, the site is subject to the vicissitudes of the infamous nor'wester. 9, the area is prone to the risk of fire. The Weka Pass Railway doesn't run its steam locomotion in summer because of the risk of fire. 10, the site includes an area of indigenous vegetation. That is a list of just 10 reasons why the site is unsuitable. Further reasons have been put forward by other submitters. The selection of this site for solar development was a spectacularly bad judgment. Due diligence was abandoned at the mirage of easy money. The developers were seduced by the proximity of the Waipara substation and blinded by dollar signs. Unfortunately, the officers of the Huranui District Council seem to be complicit in the flawed decision to pursue a solar development in one of Huranui's most popular tourist destinations. The developer should have been told at the outset, back in December 2022, during informal pre-application discussions, that the project was a no-goer. And yet here we are. The landowners rose to account the benefits of solar development on the site, suggests that with both food and energy security becoming issues globally, the application aligns with national and international priorities for resilient land use. It also contributes, he tells us, to the declining national supply of breeding ewes. There is reference to increasing geopolitical instability, and no doubt this is his nod towards the site's contribution to world peace. But the site was not purchased to meet national or international requirements any more than it was purchased to increase the national supply of breeding ewes. The site was bought to make money. The site was purchased to subsidise the family farm in Rakaia. No consideration whatsoever was ever given to what the development of a solar factory would mean for the people of Waipara. There was not a thought about the well-being of the local community, the families, the individuals, and the business of Waipara. In the landowner's statement of evidence, there was a lot about the family farm, but not a mention of the Waipara community. Why would the landowner consider the people of Waipara? He doesn't and won't live here. He lives on the family farm in Rakaia. I have already referred to the Mataguri clearance and note the landowner's comment that he undertook the clearance as part of a pasture renewal plan, not as part of the solar farm proposal. Who do you think you are kidding, Mr. Kidner? Before concluding, I would like to refer again to the report by the Council's senior planner. One of the most used words in her submission is mitigation. Phrases such as discretionary activities can be avoided, remedied, or mitigated, and it would be adequately mitigated through appropriate conditions of consent, and potential effects can be mitigated if the panel is so minded. There are many more. Mitigation is the act of reducing how harmful, unpleasant, or bad something is. The need for mitigation is an acknowledgement that aspects of a proposal are undesirable. The need for mitigation is simply an acknowledgement of the adverse effects of a proposal. It needs to be remembered that mitigation, by definition, never resolves the problem. All mitigation does is reduce a particular bad aspect of a proposal. Adverse effects may be reduced, but the underlying problems remain. Mitigation does not eliminate the problem. All it tries to do is make the problem more acceptable. In the case of the Waipara solar factory, how many mitigations are needed before the proposal is deemed unacceptable? How much mitigation does there need to be before you come to the conclusion that the proposed solar factory is not a good idea? Which piece of suggested mitigation will be the straw that breaks the camel's back? Finally, I would like to refer again to the senior planner's report. In her 48 pages with 8 appendices, after detailing mitigation, plans, consents, and evidence for the panel to consider, she devotes 6 paragraphs, a total of 110 words, to the positive effects of the Waipara solar factory proposal. 110 words from 48 pages. She says, in my opinion, the positive effects of this proposal are mainly at the national level. in contribution to national renewable energy supply, with limited direct benefits for the Waipara community. Earlier, she had noted the adverse landscape and visual effects on the landscape character and values of the Waipara Valley. She says there remains a question of whether consideration of an alternative location is required for the site. The only possible mitigation for this proposal is the condition that it be sited somewhere more appropriate. And so, Commissioners, you are faced with the decision whether to approve an application from an applicant who is demonstrably lacking in competence, whether to approve an application for an applicant who is demonstrably lacking in integrity, whether to approve an application where the adverse effects are so overwhelming that not even the mountain of mitigation that has been suggested would make the proposal acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. Just firstly, I just want to make the point that the council has followed the correct processes.
Yep, I don't challenge that at all, but I just think.
Well, I think you were challenging some of that. That's what I want to make that point, that the council has followed the process. This is the system we have in New Zealand. This is the way it works. And I think in our view, we would say the process has been followed correctly. So I just want to make that point.
Can I just say that I fully accept that the process has been followed correctly, but it's the considerations within the process, not the process itself. It's it's considerations within.
I'll just leave it there, but I just want to make a point. I don't think that there's any criticism of what the council's done here. If an applicant turns up at the council building and says, "I want to do this," the council just can't say, "No, you can't." This is the process that we have in New Zealand. There is unless the activity was prohibited, then anyone can apply for a consent. I've spent many years trying to persuade people with lectures and things that rules are not rules in this game. They're thresholds to another level. The only rules are a prohibited activity and a permitted activity.
Sure, I appreciate that. And I did make the point during that there were informal pre-application discussions just at a meeting of people where the subject was brought up. And I think it might have been a good idea if at the time the officer concerned had just said, it's not a good idea. Not to stop the process, but just say, think about it.
I don't think councils have the ability to say that, though. No, it's not a good idea.
Okay.
Uni.
I do have a question. We have heard obviously a lot from your daughter, and we're hearing more from her. And we did visit your property yesterday, so a lot of that has been covered by her. So I don't need to necessarily go through it. But I would be interested just to hear from you what we don't have any photographs from your property, and I found it interesting yesterday in our site visit that the cottage that you're at, because it's set back from the edge, it's actually somewhat difficult to see the site from inside the cottage itself. It's difficult to see the cottage, but the area in front of the cottage appears to have a bit more visibility. And I wondered if you could explain or tell me what that view is and what you would see from.
Yeah, well, sure. From the cottage itself, from the kitchen window, we look out at the view. The view is that from the edge of our property, we go down to the lower terrace where the vineyard is. And from there, we look across the creek to the lower terrace of 380, and then the terrace, and then we see the upper terrace of 380, and running alongside, we see the Waipara Flat Road. And on the other side of the Waipara Flat Road, we see the farmyard that's there with some pockets of shelter belt. And then beyond that, we see the horizon. It is a long view. If shelter or some sort of screening was put up on both sides of the upper terrace, they would go up to a height of 3 meters eventually. It wouldn't be a quick process. And the effect would be that the long view would be eliminated because it would be a barrier to the long view. We'd still see Mount Brown, Mount Grey, and the lower and the upper foothills, but we wouldn't see the long view. And it's the long view that is one of the best aspects of the view from the property. Otherwise, it is a shortened view. So that's what we see. The property at the moment is farmland and terrace, and that's not unattractive. We see sheep grazing from where we are. I can count the sheep on the upper terrace of 380. I mean, we're close to the property. If I was to stand in the corner of our vineyard at the bottom, I could probably throw a stone onto the lower terrace of 380. So we are close to it. It's right on our doorstep.
Okay, thank you.
Could I just say that you've asked quite a few contestants about this distance between industrial and rural. And you might have noticed when you were there yesterday that on the 380 property, there's quite a large barn. It's partly out of view because of trees. It's just on the terrace above the farmhouse. That's not an attractive building. It's a bit of a blot, but it's in the total landscape, it's insignificant. It's just like any other farm building, whether it's a wool shed or a milking parlour. Those buildings are part of the rural landscape. But if the solar farm were to go ahead as envisaged, that whole vista across from our property, the construction would be solid landscape. We would lose the long view and our view would be limited to the upper terrace of 380. And I think that when other people have talked to you about this, it's come down to a question of scale. And whereas a wool shed or a barn is a part of the rural landscape, something that is extensive and covers the whole of the landscape and cuts out all that is behind it is more like an industrial view. I don't know whether that helps or not. But
yes, it's all helpful. Thank you. The other thing that we did visit when we were on our site visit was a potential house site. And I just wondered, do you have any plans drawn up for that property?
We haven't got plans drawn up. When we arrived at the property, which was only 5 years ago, we looked at other sites on the property where it might be nice to build a more substantial house. We did look at one stage at looking at an area pretty much in the middle of the vines, just below the house. We decided that wasn't suitable. But we are thinking now of the area behind the winery building, which is actually much closer to 380, but to a different section of 380. Yeah, so in that field there, which when you came to the property, you looked across to Bill Lee's property and Brent's property, not too far away. So
thank you.
That field there.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I just jump back to the issue of scale that we were just talking about before, and how you described that? Would you describe that therefore as a horizontal scale as opposed to a vertical scale?
Well, definitely horizontal, a long scale, yeah.
And how much does distance play a factor in that scale, in your view?
Well, I think it's a very important part of the scale. I mean, distance is something that enhances a view. you think of people who live by the sea. One of the attractions of living by the sea is that you see the horizon. It's the distance there. And if this solar proposal was to go ahead on the upper terrace at 380, that view would, the long view would be gone.
So just, yeah, let's just talk a bit about that long view. So the long view you're talking about is a view towards Mount Grey and the Deans.
No, it's the long view is more towards Christchurch, to put it that way. It's looking more to the south. If you're looking back over in the direction of Amberley, rather than, I mean, to the right you see Mount Grey and the Deans, but straight ahead and a bit to the left you look down towards the south, and that's where the long view is.
That's all.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe
Who else?
this one's on Zoom. Zoom this afternoon. So, Mr. McKeskey, I think we may have to sort of get halfway through and then jump into lunch, but I think we can make a start. What's the time? 12 o'clock. Because I think the next person is actually coming in via Zoom. Am I right, Liz? Yeah, we've got that. We've put that down in front of us, so we can.
Well, just to put us right on the spot, the previous speaker lived in that cottage.
Yeah.
And it was my homestead.
Right.
And that was the Madagascar paddock.
Right. Correct. Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Gone through Highway 7.
Yes.
And the rest self-explanatory.
Now we've got some of those. You put some of those photographs in your submission, didn't you?
Yeah.
I've seen a number of them before.
All right.
Can I ask you whether the hay baler was an old International?
Huh?
Was the hay baler an old International?
50T International, yeah.
Engine on the top?
On the top. And then that engine ended up driving my first irrigation pump. I think that's got all 3 articles in it. It should have. Yep. I don't know. Oh no, there's the other. Family. That's 5. That's a newspaper article. That's a newspaper article. And so is that.
Okay, we're ready to go.
There's 3 of them in there.
Yep.
I can point out that Mr. Kesley was talking about the site out over the woolshed and what have you, in the Wicker Creek, about the height of that heater up the side of one of the banks that's eroding away. That much was poking out of the bank one day, and we decided to go and look for the rest of it and dug it out. It's been to the museum. It's far too old to even be carbon dated. So it was below the seafloor when all of the Waipara area was below the seafloor, and then it came up as the Aussie plate moved underneath us and pushed us up. It became exposed with the bank was eroded away and that piece was sticking out. Up in the creek at the moment, hidden away, is a whole burial ground for bones, including the head, vertebrae, whatever. They were exposed in a flood Then a later flood covered them back up, and I'm happy to say they're still there. So, I'm led to believe everybody can see what I put here on, what do they call it? Program anyway. The first slide being 1938. Amazing. That would be 1938, and that is in the very lower reaches of the Weka Creek, which in past years recently doesn't flow anymore, thanks largely to the bunch of towns we had in government at one stage that invented the Resource Management Act and did away with the catchment boards. And now we have nothing but streams blocked up with willow trees, suck up thousands of litres a day and transpire it to the sky. What do I do on this? Just press the next one. Ooh. Right. Going into Anthel's property, which is in the foreground, and this my boundary of the full farm across there, and Highway 7 running down there. The Matagari paddock was that one there. Those trees have gone. They were smashed out, and now that was just waiting for a decent nor'west and a few dry years and start some dust storms as we had right through the 70s, early 70s. The first attempt at irrigation started right here, went through there, and that's what remains of the ditch. And that was dug by hand during the war. And my father's attempt to get water onto the Waipara Flat, that ditch came right around here, around that terrace. Across there, if you see a picture of the Matagari, you'll see a hollow through it, which is that raceway, and that water would have been watering the Waipara Flat right there. Weka Pass Railway over the other side, the Glenmark irrigation scheme, which I was part of. And I lived right here until 12 months ago, just right alongside that dam. And Mackenzie's Road starts just in that corner. I presume that all shows up, does it?
Yep.
Good. That, of course, was before the Matagari disappeared. I'm hoping this will work. That's Mr. Young's home and Anthel's on the top here. The Anthel home and their vineyard. There must be a way to make this go. I think that's it. That's that bone. The adze that's in the centrepiece, I cultivated up in a paddock just below where the Matagari paddock was. And that gives you some idea of what's in the subsoil. That's seashells set in the clay, and another one. It's been a lifelong interest working on all this stuff and going through the museum. It's interesting to note also that when my father came there were some heaps of stones in 1936. Some heaps of stones along under a terrace, and he wondered what they were. Dr. whatever his name was from Canterbury Museum came up and they unearthed them all, and they turned out to be Mary Evans. And that was taken as being the trek line through to Lake Sumner through the west coast, which is how that adze would come to be there. Just in the top of that bank there is where this bone was sticking out. And when you're at the woolshed that's just been spoken about by the previous speaker, you can look across and see that bank. That is the Weka Creek in pretty much its dry state, which absolutely drives me crazy because all this shingle area used to be the nesting area in the spring for dotterels and pied stilts and all those little ground nesting birds. I'd get the sheep in and graze it early in the spring, clear the ground, and then get the blazes out of it while they had the nesting there. None of that exists anymore. It's gone. Hasn't been there for donkey's years. And that was the shingle screen all the way up there that accommodated those nesting periods. And that, again, that bone was just in the bank up the top here. So it had been there some thousands of years. The ones that are still in the creek are a bit further up in that area, and hopefully they'll remain there. Going back to that early irrigation scheme, that's during the war, my father surveying that ditch you can see going through those paddocks, and that was the tunnel in Hansel's property next door, the previous speaker. That was hand dug through there when I was a little wee fella I had to crawl through to. And then the 1945 snow came. Following on the 1945 snow, there was one hell of a flood and all of that got washed away and the tunnel collapsed. My father gave up after that. And that's one of the bits that would have crossed the creek to bring the water down to the farm. The 1945 snow, people that haven't seen 20 inches of snow around this area, that's what it looks like. And anybody that thinks that wind power is the new way to generate power, that is a windmill out in the backyard that generated the power for the house, and that's 1945. So what's new? Pussycat. My travels, of course, have covered irrigation study. That is the Ord River at Kananoa. I flew a Cessna from Melbourne up to Darwin and back out to Kananoa in northern Western Australia. Since then, there's been a big dam put in and it's all rice growing and cotton and everything grows up there these days. It's pretty well been desert, or was desert. If you happen to go into the bar at Amberley Pub, somehow when the place was redone up, they sort of did a bit of a picture up on the wall and grabbed me into it. That's cotton in the Ord River. For some reason, I couldn't split those two photos up. And that's wheat in Kananoa and grain in what was previously pretty well the desert. So it gives you the idea of the power of water. My first attempt is mentioned in my submissions. So we're nearly, there's the Matagari paddock over the other side and Highway 7 along the bottom of the hill there. This is the Ansell boundary fence comes down here across. So I had a little pump house in there, a water right and some power I had to put in. And that's about a couple of 100 feet up the terrace to get this onto the Waipara flat. That's where the pipe come out on the Waipara flat. I dropped the plough and ploughed the furrow all the way down to the homestead, which is about 2 kilometres. And that's the building of the first irrigation dam in the North Canterbury area. And that's right out the front of the Wicker Plains homestead. Mackenzie's Road and the township water tanks you can see out there, which might sort of help you realise where you are. Those two scrapers are the two guys come up from down Brighton and they just built that for me. And that was the result at the end. The wool sheds that's just been talked about is down here. And there's a Waipara Flat Road over the other side. So, and the cottage is just out of sight to the left of the homestead here. That dam, when it was finished, I've put in my submission about Bob Crowder from Lincoln College wanting to do horticulture. Where these vines are in the front here, I had 2 acres of field tomatoes. They were planted in triple rows with a special little planter. The seeds were planted rather, and irrigated. Our growing season was recognised as being between Labour weekend and Easter. If you planted them before Easter, they might get frosted. And if they weren't ripe by Easter, the property just get frosted and rot, and that would be that. So the tomatoes, just where alongside the dam here, was 2 acres of them, and that was 33 tonnes of tomato went to the factory down just over the Sixth Bridge in Christchurch, which then conveniently went and closed up and imported tomato pulp from Australia. Another view of that little dam. And the neighbouring, the cottage, of course, is just straight across the road from there out, just off that picture. So we come to 1981, and we prevailed on the government to build the Glenmark irrigation scheme. And that's the start, and that's the irrigation dam that is at the top of the property, which I just left just over a year ago. I sold up there and came down to Amberley. Where are we? That is the big irrigation dam. That's not long after it was finished. There's the homestead, there's Mackenzie's Road, there's the Waipara Township just down here. And that dam is filled from Ansell's property, Ansell's Bridge, where the dam is. The results of the vineyard is in that publication I've given you, gives how many medals we won. This was before there was a milk tank had an accident in the Wicker Pass, spilt milk all over the road, and the raceway was not shut that filled these dams as it should have been. The milk and the chemicals that they put on the road to clean the road got into the dams, and all those trout that I'd had going for about 4 or 5 years were all killed. They just floated to the surface. But they were damn good on the barbecue while they were available, I can tell you. Even the shags thought they weren't bad tucker. Fried shag, there was one stuck in his gullet. He washed up on the shore one day. And that's what they look like in the kitchen. I've done about 10 elections in recent years. At my age now, I've decided I can't do it this time, but I'm on the bandwagon to harness Lake Sumner. Both parties on the Conservative side, if you can call Winston a Conservative, have both been to Lake Sumner in recent weeks, and hopefully you're going to hear a lot more about that very soon. I've got to go to a meeting on Sunday. But Lake Sumner is the obvious supply of power for the northern part of the South Island. It's not far from Colburn down to the mains that go right through to the North Island. And I've never had any time for anything that does not use water, the horsepower created by water running downhill. There's all sorts of turbines. My parents' farm up the Waipara Valley had a water ram on it that pumped the water all around the farm. There was no electricity, nothing, just the pressure of the water. And Pelton wheels are another thing. You can see that quite a few people have got them up the Marlborough Sounds to run their little generators. If there's a creek running down a hillside. And for every cubic metre of water that flows down the Hoveranui River, there's a wasted power source. It goes back to pre-biblical times, harnessing water for power, grinding flour and what have you, as you might imagine. So that's my project at the moment, is working on that again. That's used to be the original West Coast Railway was to go through that way around the edge of Lake Sumner to Greymouth. So how hard is it to get to Waipara, which is right here, right there? The railway line and through the Wicker Pass, of course, was part of it. Again, Lake Sumner, the green line, there's Lake Sumner, there's the railway line all the way down, there's the Waipara Junction. Whoops. Okay, That's the paddock in Matagari that was destroyed. You've probably seen pictures of that before. There is that water race that was hand dug during World War II. Interesting enough, a couple of guys that my father was working on were legal law students at Canterbury University in their holidays on the end of shovels. That's the Matagari before it was smashed. I was living just behind those trees on the other side of the creek, about there. And I looked across there, much to my dismay, and saw the whole thing happen. And took a photograph of it after it had gone. Now, the other thing that concerns me very much about trees along Highway 7, I planted all those shelter belts. The people that have owned the land since have neglected to keep them trimmed. They wouldn't have been any more than 4 or 5 metres had I still owned the area. What you're seeing there is a sign on the side of the road on a winter's, medium winter's day. And it's about cars going out of control on ice. Now we're going to have 4 metres of that, 4 kilometres of that road shaded by ice in the middle of, by trees in the middle of winter. Who is going to be liable for the people that get killed and have ice accidents on that road when it becomes an ice rink? On top of that, somebody's just pointed out that when you go down that road and look to the left, well, going up it, look to the right, you look north up the Oamahi Valley, Waipara Oamahi Valley, and you see the whole landscape of that valley. When those trees go in for that turn off down at Waipara, up to the Weka Pass, you virtually have no landscape on the north side at all. Which would be a horrible shame. That was my first attempt, and that was the tomato paddock being sprayed with the irrigators I'd brought out from England, and that water that had gone to that little dam. As you can see, they're still building it, and we're pumping the water out. What else did I do? Well, that's Amberley Pub again. How come that's it? That is just doesn't quite show up the way it should, but the Matagari paddock is there at sunset one evening, and it was a photo I tried to put in because it was very good. I have a nephew who's a bit of a whiz kid, works for Microsoft in the States in Seattle. He made me the program to get this cut by a, what's the name, printer? And the guy over in Lowburn had a machine big enough, and that is a model, scale model, which is about that much of this table, from Amberley Beach to right in the very top gap there. Lake Sumner is right there. Amberley Beach is down here. There's some damn thing right across the screen. Whoops, no, don't zoom. There's the Weka Pass. All right. Here's our little valley going up here. That is the farm we're talking about. Picture right there. And the Weka Creek coming down and joining the Waipara Creek, Waipara River. That model, I could have lifted it, I'd have brought it, but never mind. My early life as a youngster at Waipara School and whatever, I always had plenty to do. The place was plagued with rabbits, and for some reason I couldn't get that photo back again. And that's what all the land around us, if it wasn't looked after, was full of rabbit burrows. Kept my spaniel and my 22 rifle in business for a long, long time. My father was one of the foundation members of the rabbit board for Haranui, having prevailed upon Bill Gillespie, who was Minister of Agriculture at the time during the war, and also Narcella. Now, probably none of you here have heard of Narcella unless you've been in the Waipara area. It was imported by greenwood from South America, because he saw it way up in the hills and thought it would grow here. Then it took over the whole valley. And millions and millions of dollars were spent on rabbits and narcellus acid. I foresee, under corporate sort of action that is being proposed in this setup, that you haven't got residential farmers, you haven't got residential people looking after the land. And I see all that coming back and having to be repeated. As I said, the change from catchment boards and those government-funded boards, which also ratepayers paid towards. Once that got changed in the mid-80s and that sort of went out of fashion, as it were, to my way of thinking, the country's going to the pack. And that about covers what I can say, I think. And I got any more? Oh, there's been no mention made of those paddocks that is go into on the Highway 7 side, Waipara Flat Road. Who ever heard of that before? Highway 7, thousands of tons of rocks have been picked off those paddocks over the years. I would cultivate the paddock, but I think we have to go back to there. Yeah, some great, actually, well, the first rock picker that was ever built was still lying in the trees amongst the pile of stones. But they were improved over the years, and it was developed on our farm by a couple of guys from Christchurch, and they spread all over North Canterbury. The family over here, all their property was cleared. They bought them too. And if you go below ground level there, and especially in that uncultivated Matagari paddock, all the rocks are still there. If I'd cultivated that, there would have been an ocean of thousands of tons of them to actually take off the surface. Every time you cultivated a paddock, you'd bring up a new crop. You didn't go very deep. But we had a special set of arrows made by the same people, which had rubber socks. And you drag them over the paddock and they'd flick the stones out on top, and then you'd go like blazes to the machine behind. They'd all go into a hopper out the back and take them and put them in a big pile. Now, all those rocks were in Glasnevin over at Blakely's place in those days. Anybody who had a rock picker and pile of rocks was then donated all those rocks to the lining of the irrigation dams that were built in the Glenmark irrigation scheme. Because when you walk up, come up into the Laomi Valley and into Waipara and onwards up to White's Dam and what have you, their properties have got no rock under the surface. So you're getting into good soils. So all the rocks that we had piled up, and the back entrance on Weka Plain, which is in that photo, in front of those trees, there was hundreds of tons of them, but they all got picked up and used for riprap on the side of the dam, so the dams wouldn't, the sides wouldn't erode away. That's about what I can tell you there. As a kid, I rode a horse to school every day. And then when I bought the home farm in '68, it fascinated me because I'd go down into Waipara with a tractor with no cab. I worked as a tractor on the farm that you come past through by the Glenmark Church, maybe till 11 o'clock at night, sitting in the freezing my butt off. I'd drive home and get halfway up Mackenzie's Road, or halfway up the Waipara Flat, whichever way you want to put it, and I would take my coat off. It would virtually go up there in a singer. And that is the effect of all the air that's been collecting during the day in the Weka Pass area, around behind the Three Deans and up the pass towards Waikato. That warmth that gets trapped in there during the day, during the evening comes out and flows down the Weka Creek and spreads out. And that's what I call the Waipara bubble. And it was very, very important in the setting up of vineyards. I didn't expect they might go much further south or north, and sure enough, they didn't. Simply because that bubble of air down there looks after the area. What else have I got here? I've mentioned the rocks. What got me into grapes was I flew a Cessna 1965 from Melbourne up to Darwin, and I went through a place called, and stayed overnight in a place called Mildura, alongside the Murray River. And as you do, I met some guys in the pub that evening that we were staying, and they were CSIRO, which is a big research area outfit in Aussie. And I asked them about grape growing. So they took me in hand the next day and took me around all the vineyards in Mildura and explained what was going on. They actually gave me some Chardonnay cuttings to smuggle home, but they never got here. That's what else can I come to? Oh, yes, the flow of water and the aquifers in the Waipara have been a hobby ever since I was a kid. There were two people. One lives up the Glenmark Drive by the Domain farm there, Ted Edlington. His daughter's over in Havoc or something. Ted could divine water with a poplar stick or a willow stick. It was pointed in two bits and one piece in each hand, and you bent that out with your wrists, and you walk across paddocks with it. And if I was handing hold hands with him, and he had the other end of that stick, that wasn't near enough to tear the skin off my palm of my hand. I could not stop it when it was dousing for water. And most of the wells around this valley area, well, done by Ted Adlington. The next one to come along was Gruger Gardner at Scoville, who used a different sort of a setup. It was a dudecking on the end of a piece of string. And a lot of people doubt dowsers, but these guys are spot on the ball. If they've got that sort of electric system in their body, it works, believe me. So most of the wells around here were 40, 60 feet. And it's been a hobby of mine ever since I figured out what the aquifers are under the valley. Because a lot of wells have been now dug down to over 100 feet. And I think responsible for the lowering the flow in the Wicker Creek, which is practically non-existent in summers now. We have to rely on a winter flood to fill the irrigation dams. If that doesn't come, those dams aren't going to get full. Most of those aquifers, according to all those old guys that I used to go around and virtually walk in their pockets, as it were, all those aquifers coming out down through under the Waipara River, under the Wicker River, are heading towards Amberley. They're all going north-south, no matter where they come from, up here the top end or off the Glenmark Drive section. They're all down deep. And as they're travelling through alluvial stratus, I believe that the new wells that are south of the Waipara have helped drain the Wicker Creek, because when you've got just gravel underneath, and you put a well down, you lower the water table in that area, the water above it's going to seep all its way back down to it. So that's one thing I've been making quite a study of. And yeah, what else have I got here? Most of everything else I wanted to sort of speak about has been covered by other speakers and done very well too. Julian was up just a while back. I congratulate those speakers on their jobs. There's a lot to learn about Waipara and Omahi still. I moved off the piece of land I had in January last year into Hamley, and I miss it like blazes, I can tell you. But I think 88 years is there enough. That's really all I've got to say, guys. And I'll send any questions you've got.
Thank you. I just had one question for you. I just want to, your experience in terms of growing trees and plants on,
Trees.
yeah. So what, how long do they take to get up? Do you have to irrigate them?
Well, most of them, of course, were planted without water. Got a plough furrow along and inside the fence and plough furrow, plant the trees and hope like hell. They're usually just pine trees, of course, Pinus and Cygnus, which I hate, but never mind. If they're trimmed, they're a good usable hedge for a long time. If you let them go high, you're leaving them wait for nor'westers to come and flatten them. That's the worst part.
What was the success rate like in getting them going?
Oh, 90%. Yeah, pick your right year in the autumn, get them in the autumn, and have the winter so that.
And what would you
No competition from grass, of course.
Yeah. What would you estimate the growth rates were like per annum?
Oh, I would say the first 3 or 4 years, you might get them up as high as these tables. What they perform like with water, I wouldn't know because I never put a trickle line under them. I could have done. Poplars are brilliant down around the creek area. And I planted a poplars as a previous speaker. His vineyard is sheltered by the poplars that I planted. And those trees have done very well for dry, stony, flat land. And the beauty of them is, of course, that they de-leaf in the autumn. And the grass grows all winter because the sun gets in, whereas the shaded patches are dead. And I actually wish that the cross fences on that property, where Brent and his wife were living before, they're sheltered by that. The one above is not. And those ones, well, those poplars are higher than this building now. And the nor'wester hasn't managed to tip them over. But if they'd had wet feet, they would have gone over. Yeah.
I do. I thought it was very interesting. It always builds your knowledge of a place when you understand its history going way back. I was interested in your control of rabbits. I mean, they're obviously a big problem. I saw them out and about yesterday when we were doing our site visits.
Yeah, they're making me right now.
I mean, in your experience, how would we control rabbits around new planting in this area?
Well, it's not only wild rabbits, and I've got friends just up in the hills, up the Waipara Gorge there, and we're seeing wallabies working their way up here. They've already come up into Canterbury, well into Canterbury. But what's worrying me up there in my country friends out Lees Valley and that is the wild pigs that are coming in from up in the mountains.
But we're talking about down on.
Yeah, but they end up down here sooner or later. All the lifestyle blocks down in the plains are going to lose their veggie garden one night when the wild pigs decide to come to town. Overseas in Queensland, they've made one hell of a mess. The same in the States. And as I said, rabbits, when I was a kid, just everywhere you went. I'm lucky to be here because my horse one day put his foot in the land and it got way underneath because there was a rabbit burrow there and that shot me over the top. I had a busted shoulder for a while. I shifted farms up onto the hill behind that property at the end of Mackenzie's Road for a while. And galloping after a cow one day on my horse, as she was trying to break her way up the hill. The horse I didn't feel, something was weird. the horse gave a little skip and went from where I'm sitting to you without touching the ground. Oh, what the hell was that? And I came back and I had a look, and it was an underrunner on the side of the hill, and if that horse had put his feet on that and that top surface had caved in, probably neither of us would have been here. That's what you get when you get the runners on the hill started by a rabbit burrow, and then the water's got in and slowly it's caved out. And that hill country along there is still like that, a lot of it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very good, gentlemen. Thank you.
Okay, big break. Break for lunch. Got Mr. Johnson, he's coming, Liz. Mr. Johnson's coming by Zoom, is that correct? Okay, we'll take 45 minutes then, which it'll take about 25 past 1. Thanks. Is he still coming in, Liz?
No, he's here. Brian, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Good afternoon, Mr. Johnson. So I think we're getting a paper circulated around of yours at the moment, but you're welcome to start.
Thank you. Good afternoon. With respect to the above proposed solar farm, and before any approval is given, the Hurunui District Council, commissioners, or any other party involved in the approval process ought to have included in the application a report prepared by an electrical engineer suitably qualified in the field of electricity generation. Are you able to hear this okay?
Yes, you're fine. Yep.
The report ought to show and assure how the solar farm will function and comply with A, the Electricity Industry Participation Code 2010, with special reference to Section 8, which requires that electricity generation must synchronize to the grid before connection is made, and following connection, maintain a synchronous mode of operation. The synchronizing process must be carried out following any disconnection and before reconnection. There is a brief definition for the synchronizing process, which I will skip, but it is there for your reference. B, the New Zealand Code of Practice for Harmonic Levels, with special reference to clause 2.1.2, which states the total harmonic distortion of any part of common coupling with a nominal system voltage of less than 66,000 volts shall not exceed 5%. Which raises the question, will Far North Solar Farm meet the requirements of the codes? During cloudy weather, such as variable and cloudy days, the output is variable, and during overcast days, the output is reduced. Both reductions require compensating. How is the compensation managed? The solar farm is boasted to be capable of supplying electricity to over 30,000 homes. Why build a solar farm at a considerable distance from that many homes? Over what distance does Far North Solar Farm expect to be able to export their energy? The following questions need to be put to Far North Solar Farm and the responses taken into consideration. 1. Will Far North Solar Farm have any electrical engineer at the hearings to answer questions? Does Far North Solar Farm directly employ an electrical engineer as a staff member? 3. A. From where does Far North Solar Farm obtain electrical engineering and associated electricity system and generation advice? 3B. The name of the company or persons providing such advice. 4. Who will carry out the testing and commissioning of the solar farm before and as connected to the grid? 5. Will Far North Solar Farm make all test and commissioning results publicly available? 6. Is Far North Solar Farm fully aware of the codes? A. EIPC 2010, B. NZ ECP 36 1993, and that's the harmonic one. 7. Does Far North Solar Farm have a thorough understanding of the EIPC 2010 Section 8? 8. Is Far North Solar Farm fully aware of their legal obligations and responsibilities under the above codes? 9. As required by the EIPC 2010, will Far North Solar Farm synchronize to the grid? B. Maintain a synchronous mode of operation? 10. Will the system operator be able to dictate the output of the solar farm? That is, will the system operator have control? 11. Will the solar farm simply operate in an on-off type mode of operation? 12. Will the solar farm supply any non-compliant harmonic waveforms into the grid? 13. Is Far North Solar Farm aware of the penalties for non-compliance? And 14. Will the solar farm have sufficient inertia to enter the grid? These questions need to be addressed and answered before any approval can be considered or given. And I suggest the Huranui District Council, commissioners, and other parties to protect themselves against any possible future litigation would do well to seek resolution to the above points and questions.
Thank you. Can I just ask you, are these pretty much standard procedures for any new electricity generator?
Yes, every generation or generator which is connected to the grid must comply. Hydro, coal, geothermal, wind turbines, solar, it's all generation. It has to comply.
Okay.
I might like to mention to you that the Electricity Authority is actually aware of problems with the frequency of the grid. And I've actually put a submission into them, and they've had a hearing and they've come up with a resolution. Not quite satisfactory, but they are aware of problems.
Okay, I think what we can do is we can ask the applicant to address this through their right to reply. And I'm sure that they've got copies of that now and can address these through the right to reply, unless you've got any other questions.
I was just going to ask, doesn't Transpower undertake all of this as a matter of course before they allow anybody to connect to the Transpower grid?
A lot of these solar farms and wind farms are going through the whole process before they get that approval.
Right. Okay.
Now, I don't know how this approval system quite works. It has been indicated to me that Transpower cannot refuse connection. That means or suggests that connection is being made outside the regulations. This is why these questions are being raised. People have to comply. There's serious penalties for not complying.
Okay, look, we'll put these where the applicant's got copies of what you've said, so they can respond to that in their right to reply. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, you got Georgie Waddy.
Hi.
Give me a second, I'll just find your submission.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I've lived in the area now in the Hiranui for 16 years. I studied at University of Canterbury in geography, did a diploma in journalism and studied horticulture in Australia. We run a small farm and accommodation in the Waikari area. Most recently, I've had the opportunity to host groups of international guests and tourists that come into New Zealand. They want to see the wow factors of the Hiranui area. We are located about 5 minutes from the State Highway 7, and people in the area use this highway for work, recreation, and farm supplies. Waipara, although I don't live right in the Waipara Valley, it's our backyard and we're neighbours. We help each other out. When we had the fire 2024, we alerted our Waipara neighbours, and by the time we alerted them, they could see it from Waikari. We enjoy the local walks and wineries of the area. We're most concerned about the state highway along the State Highway 7 and how it will affect transport and people's daily commute, as well as the visual enjoyment of the area. We love to look at the Mount Cass as we're tootling down the highway, and we love to look at the Weka Pass on the way home. There's no public transport here. There's no other way to get around Canterbury. There's no trains. So cars are the main source of transport. And the EVs, as much as I enjoy using them for the occasional trip with tourists, they're not great when you're carrying farm supplies or anything that's heavy. Anyway, my area to speak to is more about tourism. And I'm quite concerned that this whole proposal has not really taken tourism into account. I do my own tourism and I also contract to a Christchurch tour company, which is mainly in the summertime. There's about 23 employees and I do 10 trips a week to Waipara region during the busy season. Global guests range from photographers, wine lovers and hikers wanting to learn about the region. They come from everywhere, mainly American in our group, some Scandinavian, European, English and Australians. They absolutely love hearing about local history. They just come out and all want to live there. I should really be working in real estate. The stunning views, they love the autumn colour and the peacefulness of the area. Tourism is a big growth area in New Zealand. At the moment, it sits at 7.7% of GDP, but I've heard this week that it was 9.4%. It's growing. Christchurch is recovering through earthquakes and COVID, and there's now 25,000 more hotel beds required in Christchurch. That means more people to Waipara. Our international guests enjoy learning about diverse farming practices, local history, organic wine procedures. There's about 14 tourist companies that I know about, but there's plenty more, and there's more and more private groups that have a plan. Let's go to New Zealand and let's learn about wine and learn about truffles and learn about Maori lifestyle, or just lifestyle, Maori history and lifestyle. They didn't come to Waipara to see solar panels and paddocks, barbed wire fences or dusty compacted shingle roads. Other tour companies travel to the area daily from Hanmer to Christchurch or loop through to Nelson and back down the Kaikoura coast. There are 500,000 visitors who drive the state highway to Hanmer every year. Cruise ship operators employ a wide range of guides and drivers to the area, and wineries employ catering and cellar door staff, and especially busy during the summer wedding season. The Weka Pass train operates weekend trips and private train experiences. The Maori caves near Waikari host thousands of walkers annually, as does the Huranui Cycle Trail, cyclists and walkers. All these tourism businesses are growing. They offer local and wider Cantabrians employment, adding vital vitality into the area. The solar farm will change this tourism dollar for both the wine and tourism industry, especially if this solar farm goes through, because it'll only spiral to the next, as it has in other industries in New Zealand. I won't be running a wind and solar farm tour company anytime soon, and I would expect the seats to be empty. We live in one of New Zealand's many paradises. I've lived in Australia for 26 years and I'm blown away with New Zealand. I continuously think we've just got so much to offer. Sadly, we don't have big deserts like Australia and America to put solar farms on. Every region has beauty. Our rural views we transformed to man-made industrial views, all because of the proximity of the substation in Waipara. Yet there's no cheap power bills for the locals. So why would locals choose not to have their own solar power? Is this not counterproductive? To me, it's simple. And following on from speakers today and Bill Lee's discussion yesterday, for a project of this size, keep it small, start from the bottom up, look after the regional community. This is the heart of the area. It's their address, not yours. Grow your mitigation trees and screens and work out a good sustainable water plan, or go elsewhere where it's easier to set up. There are absolutely no benefits to the local Waipara community in this current plan. For the legacy of our families, we only get one shot at this energy gold rush, and we need to get it right. We are mere guardians of the land, and our job is to improve land, not leave it depleted and spent. When the solar farm fails or is no longer required, are we requiring our children to clean up solar panel mess when families have moved away and the Far North Solar Farm company and current owner have gone and left? They don't even live in the area. I'm concerned for the charm of our Waipara backyard and wonder whether this is the best way to use this land to create energy. Currently, it feels that all the industry is creeping into our doorstep. Cape Valley, Mount Cass wind farms, and now potential solar farms. The South Island has become quickly an energy factory for the North, where the majority of the energy is spent. As well as that, the tourists now come to the South Island and not to the North. Many Huronui residents drive in the highway on a daily basis, enjoying the light on the Mount Cass hills. It's iconic. It's part of the Alpine Pacific touring route. Fast forward to solar farm development and they will drive past a sea of 2.8 metre high glass panels imprisoned behind 2.1 metre high dense deer fences with 3 layers of barbed wire. Green shade cloth flapping in the northwest, dust-blown tracks and 30-centimetre plants struggling to survive. What an eyesore. And just as a side note, there hasn't been much comparison. I know that Far North FNSF have a solar farm being developed in the Wairapa area. Now, I spent 5 years of my secondary life in the Wairapa area every weekend. I know it well. I've got a brother living in Greytown. I know the Moroa Road and I know where they're going to put their huge solar farm, which is really productive green land. The grass grows up there. And then I think about Waipara and how you'd compare it. The rainfall up there is 900 millimetres. Here we have between 300 to 600 a year. The rain shadow of rimatakas mean the grass grows. The grass is shiny and natives grow. Their tourism is garden groups and domestic weekenders from Wellington, not international tourists like we have in Canterbury mainly. And they don't have the Norwest because they've got the lovely rimatakas and the tararuas to protect them. Now, just on a side note, away from tourism a little bit, I know we've talked a lot about trees and heard a lot about growing trees in the area. There's 2 local groundspeople, plant growers, James McFadden and Penny Zeno, who's been here growing plants and trees for 60 years, and they're both happy to help with mitigating screen process if it's needed. Penny, when I showed her what was planned to grow, just laughed. She's been growing plants and trees for 60 years. She said they're just wasting their time. She didn't know whether I was for or against a solar farm. She said they're completely wasting their time, but happy to help. She loses trees every year and runs a heritage garden in the Huronui area. I've gained my plant knowledge by osmosis, talking to people. And one thing I did learn is the quicker the tree or plant grows, the sooner it falls in the wind. So choose slow-growing trees or buy properties where existing trees already exist. This project relies heavily on vegetation and access to water to screen the solar farm. I'm just wondering why the owner didn't consider putting trees in himself and securing water before offering this land to the applicant. It seems a logical process. When you buy a bare block of land, you want to build a house, you choose trees or you put trees in. And why wouldn't an owner choose 3 solar farm companies to come up with the best plan, considering the community? Without guaranteed water, this project is already a disaster from the start. Just a side note on the fire, I think I've mentioned that earlier. I grew up in the Awatere area, and we used to use wet sacks to put out grass fires to help local farmers. Everybody got involved. When we saw that fire in Waipara, which only started from a spark from a primus, we weren't allowed to help. No locals were allowed to help with their wet sacks. Those days are over. OSH requirements don't allow it. So if somebody throws a cigarette, somebody threw a mattress out a window once off the back of a ute and it was burning to a neighbouring farm. It puts a lot of pressure on the Waipara and Waikari fire services, who are all volunteers. People have talked a lot about the winds in North Canterbury, and as a local, they seem to become regularly in the equinox period, and it's kind of frightening. I'm nervous to have guests around at that time of the year nowadays. You can barely stand up sometimes. Penny Zeno told me her winds, because she's close to the mountain, go up to 270 kilometres. In the Culverden area, they were up to 170 kilometres. I just suppose the question is, who picks up all the rubbish when the glass breaks down on the solar farms and the toxins go into the ground? It will happen. It's inevitable. Irrigators turned over, trees fell down, people lose their roofs. It's a happening thing, whether it's climate change or whatever, it happens. Beware. In conclusion, I'm not opposed to solar energy in its entirety when it's attractively done. Solar on roofs and situated near energy demand makes sense. In France, I've seen solar on the garages at train stations feeding the EV cars below, or along train tracks feeding the train power. However, this project feels very misaligned with the area and the community. Had the applicant consulted more with the community, not just the once, there might have been a match. Locals don't want to be employed on a solar farm if they don't agree with it. I've seen a lot of submissions talking about employment and no employment in tourism. I mean, there's plenty of employment in tourism, but if you don't agree with a solar farm and you live in Waipara, why would you work for them? On top of all that, how much can a community have when the owner removes 200-year-old Matagari plants that are older than any person in this room? They're the actual Indigenous factor here. The applicant said they weren't aware of the Matagari and it's nothing to do with the application, but the photos from the landscape architect shows the Matagari in them. So who am I to believe? I've never heard so much skullduggery in a whole week. We need well-considered energy alternatives like solar, but this site is not suitable. It should be located on a less avert site, behind an already established hedge on stony soils away from a growing iconic tourism area. The application should be declined based on its unsuitable location, and it's wasted a lot of energy for everybody. Lastly, when we first moved here to the area 16 years ago, I was obsessed with the clouds. I'm a bit of a photographer and I couldn't stop taking photos of them. I lived in Australia for 26 years and they don't really have clouds in Sydney and surrounds. I learned that Omahi, where we are right now, means the hole in the sky. And Waipara translates to muddy water. And that Mount Grey, the Mokateri, is floating mountain where spirits wait for a big southerly to take them north. Let's learn from the clouds and not muddy the waters of Waipara. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. See whether we've got any questions.
You all have heard us talking about tourism, where we're trying to understand how the solar farm would impact on tourism. And you talked a little bit about that. One thing playing on our minds is there are a lot of renewable energy developments across the country, including solar farms. So are they collectively impacting tourism?
Well, I can only speak for this area because this is the area that I know. But, we've got Maori caves in the Waipara area. We've got the Frog Rock. You might have seen it yesterday if you drove through there. They learn about earthquake faults going through the Weka Pass, and then they come out to the big area of Waipara where the solar farm is potentially going to go, and they just go, wow, because it's just a journey. So if I was taking tourists, I probably won't do that journey anymore. I'll take them somewhere else. I'll take them up to the Georges Road where the truffle farm is, because that's pretty interesting topography. So I like giving people the wow factor. They've come all the way across the world and they come to this area. Between us and Christchurch, it's not that interesting driving, but they come to this area and they're sold on it. They see the 3 Deans, they see the light on the hill, they see the colour and the change of the vineyards, and then they see a solar farm. So there's areas that I just won't go to anymore.
Right.
Can I just ask, just building on that, is there a difference travelling towards Hamner as opposed to this difference travelling back from Hamner in terms of that vista, in your view?
It's just the change in the light in the hills, and a lot of people talked about it. It's a photographer's paradise. Sometimes people come here and get up at 5 a.m. just to take photos. It's just a different aspect of hills in each direction, but it's so it's not a boring drive because it changes on the way back. Does that make sense?
But isn't there, there are shelter belts along that road that screen those hills, and there is a very attractive view on the other hand, sort of towards the south across the vineyards that are there towards Mount Grey.
Yes.
So there are, yeah. So therefore the view.
The view changes.
The view changes.
Yeah. But if I was driving from the Weka Pass and I see a big solar farm on my left-hand side, my eyes would be distracted. I love visuals like you do. You're in landscapes. I love visuals. If I see those flags outside pubs, do you know what I mean? They're just, to me, it's just like rubbish and I see suburbia and new subdivisions in New Zealand. I think I'm in America. I just, we've got so much beauty in New Zealand. I'm just so passionate about it because I haven't lived here all my life, but I keep following hot places around, so I keep going where there's problems. We have just so much beautiful regions, and it's the light.
Mm-hmm.
It's fabulous.
Okay, thank you.
It might be early days, but have you had any tourist comment on the solar farm at the airport?
Yeah. I've often asked the question because I'm trying to learn from them as much as I can. They think we're far, far too late to do solar because they're already starting to pull them out in America. That's the main thing I hear. That they use a lot of oil and diesel to run the machinery to get the energy to the right place. That's those big solar farms where you have a core in the middle. The last guy I had was 30, and he's not at all in favour of solar farms. He's involved. He's a core engineer for a uranium nuclear energy plant, and I don't think that'll happen in New Zealand. But it was interesting talking to him. I said to him he should come to this hearing. But yeah, I asked them about it. I always ask them about it.
And what have there been any comments about the airport solar farm?
Only from people who I know who fly.
Yeah.
Pilot.
What are they saying?
Well, one of our friends, one of our kids' friends, his son is a pilot. He hates it. He's a farming background and he finds it glint and glare. But personally, I haven't driven past it, but I've seen a few photos of it. I've seen the one up in Marlborough, which upsets me a lot. I know that land. These cities in New Zealand just getting too flat and big. The Blenheim's a tiny little place, but it's got this quite big industrial area. So they put a solar farm next to it because it's an industrial area. Why not use the roofs? We spend a lot of time in Australia. We see solar in every little town all the way 5 hours out of Sydney. You see solar on roofs. 1 in 3 houses have solar on roofs. It's a fact. We're just not getting onto it soon enough. I'd rather see more money in subsidies for people to put solar on their roofs or on factories. Christchurch is building very, very quickly, and we don't want to become Christchurch's dumping ground.
Okay, so thank you very much.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Ryan Sullivan next. Not coming?
Not coming.
Okay, Dale Harris.
So.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Afternoon.
First and foremost, I'd like to say that I love solar. Putting it on my house. I use it on my farm. It's amazing. So I'm Daryl Harris. I'm alive. I've lived in Waipara all my life. I've farmed here for 45 years. I am a life member of the Waipara Volunteer Fire Brigade. My father was chief. My brother's still chief. Our family have given some 100 years service volunteer. I've been on many volunteer community groups. One of the major ones is the Friends of Glenmark, which we're very proud of. We've just basically completed the rebuild of the Glenmark Church for pretty much close to $2 million of fundraising. I'm very familiar with the land where this proposed site is. I've farmed around it and I've visited the site, mainly chasing sheep. And as a young fellow, we used to go there chasing rabbits and chasing, probably not catching, but we used to geckos and lizards in there. One occasion when I visited the site back in April 2024 with the then manager for Mr. Kittler, I only knew him as Tom, I pointed out to him about the old remnant over there that I knew about, and the McCaskey family had saved many, many years ago and undisturbed, as you've heard. I think you've heard from Dr. Colin Merck about it. He said to me, I told him the importance of this thing. He said to me, oh, well, I've been told to get rid of it by Mr. Kittler. That was like throwing a harpoon through my heart. It really was, because that gets me on to the next thing. I was involved with the greening of Waipara. Well, not involved, I just basically adopted me after I spent the last 25 years planting. I think Colin has touched on it quite a bit. We planted near enough to 40,000 natives. I was really taken with it, with the conservation part of it, but also through the biodiversity that was involved with this project. With the vineyards, some 50 vineyards got involved. Our message was reduce your sprays. Now, this is 65 years lived here. I love it. I'm not leaving. Been all around the world. To shear sheep, shore sheep all around the world. And I'm not leaving Waipara. I love it. The greening of Waipara was brought here by the late Steve Bratton. Dr. Colin Merck came up through land here, and we sat around encouraging the vineyards to reduce their sprays. As one of the students who actually came here planting plants, Jean Tompkins, who now works for ECAM, proved in part of her PhD that the native wasp eats leaf roller, loves it. So we're using nature to control these things in the vineyards and keep the valley clean. It was just an amazing project. Professor Mark Hostler from the University of Florida. He came here and he's still coming here. Unfortunately, he can't bring his students just to politics in the university, but the students used to come to my house and we used to show them what we were doing. These, like a few of them, 15, 20 of them, extremely intelligent young Americans, just were blown away with what we were doing. And for this action over there, and these guys just shows you the personality and the way they behave. What's that email to you? Mr. Kidner said that this land is unproductive. Well, I've farmed for 45 years here, through good and bad times. Extremely good winter country, fat and sweet as anything. Just up till recently, there's been like a lot of sheep over there. For some reason, they've all disappeared just lately. I don't know why, but anyway, they'll be back. And the water that he now claims he's got, which nobody seems to know where or what, it would make an extremely good winter country as well. So all year round, this is highly productive farming land, especially with water. That's all it needs. I had, you may or may not be familiar with a friend of mine called Sean Berry, who was linked in with Ngāi Tahu. He went down there. He got down in the creek. I thought myself, I better take him to the side. He got down and he washed his greenstone in the water, just right next to the boundary of where the proposed plant's going. And I said, well, that's a few years' time, you won't be able to do that, mate, because he won't. This is an ecological disaster waiting to happen, especially with the actions that these people have already shown us what they're capable of. There's a thing going on social media at the moment from a fire chief in New South Wales. His name's David Stewart. It's just a total disaster. This was Fast Solar, had a solar farm plant over there, and the fire went through it. Now, they've walked away from it. They liquidised the company, or they pulled their money out and put it in voluntary receivership, and they've walked away. And this guy, he's a fire chief. He's livid. This same thing could happen here. I know from my experiences that the landfill, we went to a fire up there recently, which was fine. We went to the fire, but then the commission said, no, you're not going to anymore. And they've been told at the landfill, don't call us because we're not going there. I suspect the same thing will happen with this solar plant. So you've got this thing sitting there, fire, we're in a high fire risk area. The fire goes through there, we've got the same thing that's happened in New South Wales. Behind me just this morning, this came up. It's actually me, unbeknown to me. It's on the Amity community page, and the last thing on it, I won't read the whole caption, but the last thing is, this is a reminder, gives like this every day. So this is me driving some sheep. It's probably not, can you see it all right?
Yeah, we can see it.
It was 2 days ago, and how, like, we live in paradise. And in conclusion, we just can't let these people destroy my small piece of paradise.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can you tell us a little bit about growing plants in this area?
Yeah, it's bloody hard.
So
25 years of it.
Yeah.
And so
I know you've been doing a lot of native planting, and we did go and have a look at some of that yesterday.
yes.
But what about exotics and getting exotics underway, and how difficult is that, and what sort of annual growth do you get?
I've planted, my father was an avid planter of pine trees, thousands of them. And if you get good seasons, they'll grow. But in the 70s, you get dry seasons, they won't. And the other thing is that soil over there is, like, in my opinion, it's alluvial soils. So you have to do a shitload of mulching. And also, if you do get them going fast, the root systems won't be well enough established. And we've seen, Balmoral blew over back in the 70s. We've seen that. So you go them real fast, they'll be good firewood.
What about other than pines?
I really can't comment on that. Gums are really slow. We've got gums on my family farm in Waipara. Well, that's one point I would like to make. Is I won't see this. I won't see this monstrosity of a thing. I live on the other side of Waipara, so it's not a visual. It's not a thing that it just despises me, the thought of it. But yeah, what sort of exotics do you think?
Well, what's been proposed by the applicant, there was 2 species, which I had right on the tip of my tongue a minute ago and now forgotten. But, you know, they're sheltered-about species.
Yeah, well, we've seen what happens to sheltered sometimes, especially ones that have grown real fast. I just wonder why. I suppose they have to clear. They took a shitload of down inside there. And it would have been, if they want to, what did they do that for? Why don't they just leave them standing and they would have been good shelter right through the whole system? Yeah, that was, I don't know. That's the other thing I was just thinking about. What? So they ripped out these natives, this ruminant, and then I see an email come the other day that they've said, oh no, we're not going to put panels on there. I don't get that. You're not going to put panels on something you've already destroyed.
Well, there's another issue involved.
Oh, well, I'm not.
Don't need to worry about that.
The other question I had was rabbits have come up occasionally.
Oh, yeah.
What would be your method for controlling rabbits? You know, I must have been doing that with planting.
I can't comment. We've never had issue with rabbits eating our natives.
Right, you haven't. Okay. All right, that's good. No, interesting.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you very much.
And we've got Sharon Rouse.
You'll be fine.
You'll be okay. Yes. I'd have to say, after doing more than 100 hearings, this is the first time I've had someone say, "Oh my God, I've did it." So
Who are these dudes?
that's the applicant.
Well, I should face this way.
So welcome. And the floor is yours. Just make sure you pull that speaker a bit closer to you. You need to get close to that, otherwise.
They're good.
Look, come a little bit closer. Yeah, otherwise no one will hear.
Well, that would be even better. Well.
Okay, floor is yours.
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure where to start, but I'll start with this bit. I'm really concerned about those panels. And as far as the rabbit thing goes, the rabbits won't go anywhere near them because they put off a noise. It's a humming noise. It's actually 55 decibels. It's a pure noise that when the wind blows, the noise, it's just like you get a whistling from up in the hills. The noise of that humming flows down to wherever the wind's going. It drives people crazy. It gives them headaches, makes them feel sick, and tinnitus. They call it square waves as 60 hertz. People go crazy with mental health. Probably kill themselves with the noise. Right. I don't know why you guys, pick a place to build your solar farms where everybody's going to complain. Why didn't you just go and buy Patoa's farm? You could have all the water, all the land you want, and nobody would see you. And then we wouldn't be here. Rightio, I've got to find something else here. So you know that you've got to have the sun from east to west because the sun's changed position to get your sunlight. You don't need heat with those solar panels because they don't actually charge with heat. They only charge with the white light from the sun. Let's see. So if you're 500 metres from those solar panels, they're actually quite disturbing. But the closer you get to the solar panels, you don't hear it. But the further away you get, you hear it, which they're actually saying that it's the opposite. But then there's the people saying, no, it's not. So you choose which way you want to go with that one. In New South Wales, that's another thing. I just watched something this morning on how it costs so much coal in building those panels. It costs more to build the panels than you actually get, and you have to wait 20 years to get that back from those panels. And plus, they're not very biodegradable. That's another thing that drives me nuts. See, let me put it here. Under those solar panels, the ground gets really, really hot, which they call it in Australia, Western Australia at the moment, as heat islands, because you can't even go there because of the amount of heat coming out of the ground, which therefore stony areas, and there's a lot of stoners down on the riverbeds and what have you, that explode. So therefore they will explode underneath and blow up your solar panel. So how, I'm not sure how you put out exploding fires with the heat pumps or heat thingy-jiggies. They call, what was it? They called solar panel heats. They have a real heat effect, which is not cool. They don't work very well in the heat. They only work, I've told you that. Solar panels are not biodegradable, I told you that. So basically, I don't have a lot to say. That's about it. Yeah, I just don't like them, and I especially find them rather concerning. I just don't understand why these guys go and put all the eggs in one basket and cut all the trees down that they're going to put these solar panels in, and they haven't even got, and that's why we're here, you know. Why don't you just go way out in the bush somewhere? Go and hide somewhere. You know, like as long as people don't see them, we're fine. You know, and I do think, I know the reflection of those bailage bales as you're going up the Wicker Pass, they're real bad. So if you've got solar panels and we can see them, that's going to be 10 times worse. There'll be accident after accident. And plus it also, when those solar panels hit the sky, it also reflects from the sky back down to earth. Yeah, so, and those battery plants, apparently that stuff where you collect all the power from the panels goes into those big square box things. Apparently the energy or something that comes off those is more energy than it comes off actually the solar panel. So therefore you need to reharness that energy and put back something into some other box. Right, that's me, I've done my bit. Okay, I don't know anything else.
Thank you. Where do you live?
I live in Waipara. I've lived in the area, I went to Amberley Primary, Ringa High. I've lived in the area since 62 or 63. So off and on, you know.
So you're up through the Wicker Pass?
Yes, every day. Well, I go up there every day, or mostly every day. Because you have to go to Amberley. Yeah, and it's a nice drive through there.
Yeah, I was about to ask you, could you describe the drive for me as you go through?
The Wicker?
Well, along State Highway 7.
That's the Wicker Pass.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a beautiful drive. It's definitely not good when the sun's going down. You really got to be careful.
Yeah.
So, if you could see solar panels on the side and the sun's reflecting on those, it's basically the same as, you've got bailage bales. Because the shine that comes with the bailage bales, it's just so bright. It's like the sun looking at you.
Mm.
So that's a hazard too. But if you've got panels and that's reflecting as well, and it reflects on cars. Don't know which way I'm meant to be looking. Yeah. So, yeah, that's about it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, we've got to the end of today. Now, unless there's anyone else, I think we've got everyone now. Oh, hang on, here comes Liz. No one else. So firstly, just a reminder that we're 9:00 Monday at Council Chamber. Secondly, for the applicant, we are likely to have some questions following the council's presentation. So we just need to know that people are going to be available for that. So in particular, I think legal counsel, Mr. Iverson, Mr. Cocker, Ms. Akamo, I think I've got most of them. Certainly those ones, but it would be probably useful to have most of the team on there just in case other things arise as well. So, and then from there, we will decide where we move from there. We'll be doing a little bit of homework over the weekend, and we'll probably have a number of questions. Some of that will depend on what comes out of our discussions with council. I think there's been a few things, obviously a number of issues that have been raised during this process, which you guys will need to address. There's obviously a few things for council that have come up through this process that you need to address as well. So I know it's Friday and we're back in on Monday, but that's just the way these things roll. So thank you very much. Is there anything else?
I was just wondering if we could have an update on where the draft conditions
are. Yeah,
please.
Yep.
Myself, Ms. Alcabell, Mr. Copper and Ms. Added met yesterday afternoon. We discussed some changes. I need to catch up with Ms. Alcabell after this, to discuss where we're going from here.
Do you think we'll be able to have a set of those up by Monday that we can look through?
I'm conscious that the noise specialists haven't met yet, and I've encouraged them to talk, but I've just had an update that Mr. Everson hasn't spoken to council specialists yet. And there are a number of noise conditions as well that I think need review and tidying up. So I guess I'm hesitant to provide a half updated version to you both on Monday without looking through that.
You could, if the noise is the only ones that I know there might be still areas of disagreement, but if noise is the only one that hasn't been done, you could sort of box that up and put that aside.
So I think further work to landscaping conditions following the discussion yesterday.
Okay. I think you need to perhaps ask Mr. Iverson about the subdivision that we saw today, and Mr. Trevathan needs to look at that as well, because I think that I'm not aware that has actually been covered. So yeah. Okay, so we'll adjourn till Monday. Thank you. We're going to go and have a look at the Windmark Drive, Selby's, was it? No. Yes.
89.
Yeah, Selby. Yeah, so we're going to go call on them. Thank you.